Ahead and get started. Thank you very much for joining us. I guess I should find out. Are we good? We're good. Thank you very much for joining us this morning for our City Council study session. We'll go ahead and get started. Ruth, could you please call the roll?
Yes, sir. Adamson? Here. Bray?
Here.
Gina?
Here.
Lorette?
Yeah, here.
Johnston? Manon? Here. Platt?
Here. Thank you. If we will go ahead and move to agenda, I just messed my thing up here. Agenda item number 2. No, don't save anything. Agenda item number 2 is a Historic Preservation Committee update. Representatives from the Historic Preservation Committee will discuss the committee's goals and projects as well as council's policies and expectations. It might be a long day if I can't get this going. Good morning.
Good morning. I'm Terry Neal. I'm staff liaison with the Historic Preservation Commission, and this is Nick Nielsen. He is our chair.
Good morning, Mayor Bladd, members of the City Council. It's good to be with you this morning. First of all, we'd like to discuss the items of accomplishments that we have had within the Historic Preservation Commission this past year. We have continued our design review of exterior alterations in the Old Town Historic District. In 2018, we had 14 applications for certificates of appropriateness. So far in 2019, we have 18 certificates of appropriateness that have been reviewed. The majority of our certificates of appropriateness are for signs, but this last year we've had a few different applications, namely new infill of a home in the 900 block of North Grand Avenue, which is adjacent to a historic district, modifications to the CCOG building at 214 East Center Street, which have required removing the aluminum awning, restoration of the transom, leaded glass windows, and painting of the interior of the building. Additions of an ADA ramp onto the front of Pocatello High School and a building connecting all 3 buildings on campus. Repairing brick, replacing awning and front windows at Round River Baking and the 200 block of North Main Street. Painting the exteriors of 2 buildings and 2 murals. As far as current projects, we are continuing our partnership with Old Town Pocatello on projects to improve and promote the Old Town Historic District. We are continuing our partnership with the Relight the Night Committee. Our staff attends the Relight the Night Committee meetings on behalf of the HPC. We have been continuing our partnership with Parks and Recreation to preserve the Brady Chapel. Here are a few of the things we've done this past year and plans for the remainder of the year at the Brady Chapel. Last year, we held our Stones to Stories tour on October 13th. This is a tour with actors portraying 8 individuals that are buried in the cemetery. We plan on holding the same activity on September 14th, which is this coming Saturday. We invite all of you to attend. We had a self-guided tour and scavenger hunt at the Mountain View Cemetery with treats at the Brady Chapel on October 12th last year. This year the event will be on October 14th. Again, we ask that you attend. We have had an open house at the Brady Chapel on Veterans Day and Memorial Day. We have partnered with a scout troop to place wooden blocks with flags and flowers in them on the graves of veterans from the Spanish-American War and the Civil War on Veterans Day and Memorial Day. We will host an open house at the Brady Chapel again this coming Veterans Day. This past year, we have hosted an open house for downtown property owners, and we hope to do that again in the future. In this past year, we hosted again our Historic Preservation Archaeology Symposium Conference at ISU on April 27th. The theme was Historic Pocatello People and Places. We plan on continuing this tradition, and hopefully we'll have great conferences in the next few years. We're excited for this coming year. Pocatello will be the host city for the Idaho Heritage Conference in October 2020. This will be a statewide conference. Thank you.
I would like to add something as well. The Idaho Heritage Trust Board of Trustees is going to be in town this weekend, and they will be touring all of the places that they have donated money for in eastern Idaho, and then have their board meeting. And they are touring the Brady Chapel tomorrow afternoon. So I'm excited about it. Get them in there and get them to see it. We have raised about half the amount of money that's needed to have the pinnacles put back on the building. And so I'm hoping when they see that maybe in the next year or two we'll be able to apply for another grant and get those done. We would like to have them done by 2020 or 2022 at the latest, because then that will be at the 100th birthday of the Brady Chapel. So that's all. Any questions?
Council, questions? We really appreciate what you've done this last year. It's been an interesting year, to say the least. Thank you for all that you do on behalf of the city. We really do appreciate it. So,
Thank you very much.
thank you very much.
Thank you.
Yep. We will move on to agenda item number 3 is Planning and Zoning Commission update. Representatives from the Planning and Zoning Commission will discuss the Commission's goals and projects, as well as Council's policies and expectations.
Morning, Mayor and council members. My name is Matthew Lewis. I'm a senior planner here with the city and one of the liaisons to the commission. With me this morning is the chair of the commission, Ryan Satterfield, and he'll give a brief synopsis of what the commission has done this last year, and we appreciate their service to the community. So.
Okay, thanks, man. Good morning, Mayor and Council. Good to be here. So the Planning and Zoning Commission, a 7-member commission. Last year, if you recall, we discussed a little bit some of the turnover that we've faced, and we kind of continue to see that same thing. We do have 2 new commission members that one of them, their first meeting was last night. The other one will have their first meeting here in a couple weeks, and then we do have currently a vacant seat. So that continues to be one of those things that we're working through. However, happy to report we've never had to cancel a meeting or move anything aside because of a lack of quorum. Those that have committed to be there have been there, and it usually is some type of perhaps a personal thing that they've run into that requires somebody to then step down from the commission. But we appreciate your timely appointment of new members to the commission. This last 12 months, we've processed 8 preliminary plats, the largest of which was the Northgate development where 100 lots were proposed. In 2018, in the previous 12 months, we did review 11 preliminary plats. Those numbers might be a little deceiving. I think overall we're probably covering more area with just the 8 preliminary plats that we processed this year. And so we're seeing larger developments proposed rather than smaller ones. We did do 1 contract rezoning, whereas in the previous year we did 4. Hopefully this is a sign that our zoning code is actually working how it should, right? That we're not seeing as many of these, and so I don't see that as a bad thing at all. We did do 1 annexation. We did 1 conditional use permit, and in the previous year we did 3. We reviewed the wireless communication facilities ordinance and gave input on that. And then we also had earlier this year a a work session for training for the new commission members that we continue to have, and I anticipate at least once a year we will continue to hold those as we get new members and need to educate them on processes for the Planning and Zoning Commission. For this upcoming year, or for, I guess, the next 12 months, we are anticipating a review of both the zoning and subdivision ordinances, and plan to give recommendations to you on those ordinances, and so we'll be working on those over the next few months. So with that, that's our presentation. Are there any questions that you might have?
Question?
I have one, and I don't imagine you can answer this, but do we keep an inventory of how many lots are available for development? Because there's some talk that we don't have very many, but we've approved thousands that aren't being developed. I know that.
Sure.
So
I don't know that, on the city level that we keep any type of inventory of what is available for development. On the real estate side, there are databases where it will show what lots might be available for development, but I can't say that it's all inclusive because it doesn't have everything there. Sometimes what we'll see is we do a number of approvals of subdivisions that just never are built. So sometimes it's kind of a difficult thing to track, I think, because some of those do fall through the cracks and never end up being built, or they get reproposed. And so in our numbers, we might be approving 50 lots, but it might be the same, 25 lots over again. So I don't know that on our end we really track much of that.
Okay, any other questions?
This is not a question, but I just had a comment. I wanted to say thank you to you and the other commission members for all of your diligence and for all of your work and efforts. When we have something that comes before us and we see that it's been through planning and zoning, it makes it really easy for us because we know you've already asked all the questions that we're going to ask, and it's all right there in the minutes, and so it's very helpful to us, and you guys do a good job.
Well, thank you very much, and we much appreciate the staff. The staff does an excellent job at preparing items for us and keeping us organized. So.
Super. Any other questions? Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. We appreciate it. We'll move to agenda item number 4, Housing and Alliance Community Partner Update. Representatives from Housing and Alliance and Community Partners will discuss their goals and goals, as well as council's policies and expectations. That got cut off right there. I told you it was going to be one of those days.
Mayor and City Council, thank you for having me in. It's always a pleasure to get to come and meet with you once a year and update you on the things that are happening at the Housing Authority. We're going to talk a little bit about what happened last year with the name change, Housing Alliance and Community Partnerships.
Sunny, could you introduce yourself to our audience?
Thank you. Sunny Shaw, Executive Director, Housing Alliance Community Partnerships. Thank you.
I thought she was going to do that right after she finished that initial thing.
So our mission at Housing Alliance is we cultivate affordable housing communities and partnerships that inspire self-reliance, growth, and optimism. The goal is to especially focus on ways that we can move families into self-sufficiency, because a lot of times the challenges that they face are just being able to have stable housing. Once they have that, then we can start focusing on some work opportunities, which I will discuss in just a few minutes. So to begin with, I'm going to share with you about the properties that we actually own and what type of programs they are, what populations they serve within the city of Pocatello. Right behind this office is Christensen Courts. It's a public housing property. It has 72 units. It houses elderly and disabled households. Portneuf Towers, I still haven't gotten around to asking the city for a name change or an address change. It's at 666 West Day. I'm thinking that we can come up with something better in the number there. But Portneuf Towers is also a 72 unit complex that houses elderly and disabled individuals. One of the big differences is, first of all, these are funded through different funding streams through HUD, and Christensen Courts is comprised majority of studio units and 1-bedrooms, whereas Portneuf Towers is all 1-bedroom units.
How many units are in Christensen Courts?
72.
And both of them are 72 then?
They both are, yes. Yes. And they were both actually built 71 and 72. So, yes. We also own 2 multifamily Section 236 properties that are found at McKinley and Maple. They have no subsidy attached to them, but we do have a contract with HUD to keep them affordable. So before we would be able to consider raising rents, we have to ask HUD to be able to raise the rents. So they are extremely affordable. The 1-bedrooms, for example, go for between $375 and $400, and that includes all utilities. The caveat is that in order to reside at these properties, there's a threshold you cannot go above in income. So you must be below a certain income threshold. There are some 1-bedrooms at each of these. There are 2 and 3 bedrooms, and they remain pretty full. We do see a lot of more frequent turnover at these properties than at our others, because we have a lot of young families that are going to college that reside at these properties. So they will, when they finish with their degree, they will move out once they've completed that education. So we do see more turnover at these properties than at our others.
Sunny?
I just have a quick question. Is there a wait list for these?
Yes, yes, and I'll talk about wait lists, but yes, there is, for Christensen Courts and Portneuf Towers are elderly and disabled, it's about 6 months. For these properties, it really does depend on the bedroom size, because we find that there is a greater need for 3 bedrooms than than the 2s. We also have a big need for the 1-bedrooms. So it varies from 6 to 12 months, depending on the bedroom size that they're interested in.
Again, how many units?
So McKinley Manor has 56, and Maple West has 44. We have a management company that specializes in subsidized housing. And so I reported to you guys over the last 3 years about a landlord that had some challenges with HUD, and as an alternative to losing the properties, struck up a partnership with the Housing Authority to manage them for him. We feel like they are finally getting in line. When we first took these properties over, we had bathtubs that were falling through ceilings because of water damage. Just excessive delayed maintenance that had not been taken care of. So they're getting where they need to be. They are Hawthorne, El Rancho, so Hawthorne Heights, El Rancho Heights, Franklin Heights, Stockman Terrace, and Swisher Terrace, a total of 55 units. So they may be, El Rancho and Franklin have 16 each. Hawthorne and Swisher have 8 each, and Stockman has 7 units. So a total of 55 that we manage for him. I'm happy to report that they are all finally performing in the way they should be doing really well on HUD inspections. All of these properties are regularly inspected by HUD. We recently purchased student housing. So this is our 2nd school year with student housing. This was in an effort to diversify our portfolio so that we are in the long-term future not as dependent upon HUD dollars, so that we can have some funds that, for example, when we have a government shutdown, that the agency isn't in a lurch and we can still assist the families that we have committed to assist and pay the landlords that we have committed to pay when HUD isn't paying us to do that. So we are working to diversify our portfolio by having funds that are non-federal. So this property is down on South 4th. It is 69 beds of student housing. It's really unique, but it's a little bit different than anything else we have done. I manage it myself, had a barbecue with students last night to welcome them back to school. Currently, I think that this property has about 8 vacancies going into the school year. So I would like to fill those up, but we'll see what happens as people in other communities get frustrated with their roommates. Maybe they will come and join us. We have open market apartments. We've had Pinewood and Catskill for a very long time. Those were the vision of the ED who was prior to me. Catskill is on 7th Avenue. Pinewood is over on Pine. We tend to be really creative with our names. Catskill has 14 apartments, and Pinewood has 8. We also recently just acquired Jefferson Apartments that are on Jefferson, right by the elementary school there. 8 units total. It's 2 fourplexes. And again, that's just open market. They meet the need though. All of these properties are below market value. So they rent below what would be market, because our attempt is to reach the families who can't afford rent on an open market, but don't qualify for a subsidized program. So that's our goal with these programs that we have purchased. We also have a home that we've purchased on 711 North 6th Avenue. I have a crazy dream to someday own that block, and or at least 3 profit parcels there. And myself and my board have talked about the idea of someday being able to create a transition program for women recently released from incarceration, reuniting with their children with wraparound services. So that would be a goal, and so when this property came available, we purchased it, knowing that if anything came available neighboring it, we would like to do that down the road. Any questions on that one? Okay. We have a new build that we are currently doing. It's on the 400 block of McKinley. Gate City Builders is the one doing that build. You had approved some of the actions on that back in, I think it was about April or May, for that build to move forward. I expect for it to, the ribbon cutting to be the first part of October. I plan to send an invitation to all of you and hope that you will be there. This will also be below what our payment standards as set by HUD are. They are 3-bedroom, 1.5 bath. They are small apartments. They're small, but they're very, very nice apartments. Jonathan Vincent with Gate City has been able to negotiate some pretty fabulous things for us in those apartments, so I'm really pleased at how they will look and the opportunities that they will give families who may not have those opportunities elsewhere to just have something nice. So I'm excited about that. That property, I already said as 24 units, and my board has named it. I'm very uncomfortable with the name, so I call it the new build. The staff created ideas for names and then voted on those. The top 3 names went to the board voted on the top 3 names, and they named it Sunnyside Place. I know, it's awful. It really is. I said, can't you do that in 2 years when I'm no longer in Pocatello? So they didn't. So we are taking applications for that property. And I really come to the ribbon cutting, and I'm so proud of it. It's going to be fabulous. So aside from these properties that we own and or manage, I will throw in one other caveat about the building one. So I'm always really interested in what's going on with planning and zoning, because years ago I promised Mayor Blad that we would not build outside of Pocatello. Our jurisdiction is 5 miles out as per HUD, so we could be in Chubbuck, but I have committed that we will focus on the city of Pocatello, and so I'm always interested in what's going on with planning and zoning to see if we have other opportunity to do that. My goal is to add 1 more property to our portfolio within the next 2 years, and I will discuss that a little bit further, what the vision for that might be. We do have a housing choice voucher program, and it assists families who are, again, below a certain income threshold, oftentimes the very most extreme on the poverty level. We have 722 vouchers in our annual contributions contract with HUD, but on that 3rd bullet point, you can see that we can't lease up to that. We're currently leased at 578 total vouchers. The reason is because our per unit cost is so much. Although they say you can lease up to 722, they give you a pot of money to be able to use. So with that pot of money, in the last 5 years, I would say I've seen our per unit cost escalate. And what is that? That's the rent rate compared to the income that the household has. So the lower the income the household has, and the more the rent is, the more it costs us to subsidize that payment. So I've seen that amount go up about $120 since I got here, and more substantially in the last 5 years as opposed to over the 10. So we cannot lease up to our 722 capacity, but we work on it. These are tenants who are out on the open market renting from landlords and property owners in the community. We have 585 on our waiting list. It's a 3 to 4 year wait right now. We do go through that list once a year and purge it. If we've not had contact with the household, then their name is removed. But that's an area where I can show extreme flexibility. So if I hear back from them, I reinstate their application at the same date and time. In this last fiscal year, our fiscal year just closed June 30. And so in this last fiscal year, to private landlords in the community, we paid $3,389,499. So that's a substantial amount of revenue that's being put into the community through this program. We have 3 home ownership voucher holders. So what that means is any of our participants who are interested in home ownership, they have to qualify for credit, they have to be able to get a loan, but they can take this voucher and use it towards a mortgage. Oftentimes we partner with Neighbor Works and are able to get them into one of their homes. So the mortgage is actually oftentimes lower than the rent that they're currently paying. And they can remain on our program so long as they're in compliance and their income still makes them eligible for up to 15 years. So instead of a portion of that payment going towards rent, a portion of that payment now is going towards their asset that they will own. That is a program that is continually open. We can assist up to 10 households. What we find is once families are moving into home ownership, they really stay on the program for about 4 or 5 more years. And while they're doing that, they're also attaining higher job levels. And so they end up being self-sufficient and going off the program and are set up with their home. So it's a huge successful program. We have 33 VASH vouchers, which are specifically designated for homeless veterans. And we work with Cy with the VA. He's a fabulous partner. So this is a partnership. It has to be with the VA and with HUD. So the veteran has wraparound services to make sure that they're not going to fall into homelessness again. And then from us through HUD, they get rental assistance. We have actually found offices across the country have really struggled with this program. And so we think we have found the secret sauce for it, where we have Cy in our office. We've given him office space. So we don't lose the veteran by saying, here, now you need to go in 2 weeks and have an appointment with the housing authority. He walks them from his office to the office that he needs to meet with a caseworker. We issue a voucher that day and he takes them out to look for a place to live. So we are very successful in our VASH voucher program. And I am indeed also believe one of the most successful in the country. So we're thrilled with that program.
Sonny, are there unserved veterans in that population?
We feel like we're doing a really good job, but one of my next slides is going to tell you we've recently applied for 5 more vouchers because HUD made that available. We didn't reapply last year because we thought, okay, we're doing a pretty good job. But Cy said, let's go for it. I think that I can work to fill them. What we're seeing now is a lot of our veterans, when they no longer need wraparound services from the VA, we move them into our regular voucher program so we can free up that slot for another veteran. So that way they aren't just in there indefinitely, so we're working to move them through so that we can assist other veterans. Other questions? Okay. So in this last year, we were really excited. Of those 722 vouchers I spoke of, we applied for and received a mainstream grant through HUD. That grant is to assist 22 households who are currently homeless and have disability. And typically it is a mental disability that this program assists. So it is a mainstream grant. Those are the 2 things they have to have. And so we get referrals through the HMIS system that's used here in Pocatello, and we also have made contact with Blackfoot South for individuals who would be being released, so that way we could offer that voucher to them. Currently, those vouchers are all issued. They have not leased up yet. But that voucher program is an additional $116,000 a year into the community for rents. We also applied for and received a Ross Service Coordinator grant. That's Resident Opportunities to Self-Sufficiency Service Coordinator, and that is specifically for public housing. So it's an individual that works with the residents at public housing to help them to age in place with dignity and the services that they may need. So she works to connect them with transportation, she works to connect them to in-home health care, and also provides a lot of activities, a full calendar for them so that they are able to be, have a vibrant community where they live. She brings in, they've had cooking classes. Yesterday they had an art project, and so they did this big art project. So that's what that grant does, specifically focusing on the 72 units here. My goal was for her to get this program up and running with 15 participants that were regular clients of hers by the end of our calendar year, and then next year 30. She's currently working with 32 of the 72 residents over there, and she's been on staff since March. So she has worked her hiney off to get her caseload up. We are waiting to hear on 5 additional VASH vouchers that I just mentioned that we've applied for homeless veterans. We've applied for a family self-sufficiency grant for all of our voucher program participants so that that person would work to connect them with education or job training skills so we could work to move families off of the voucher program and into self-sufficiency. We also have a move to work application in with HUD, which would allow us to assist the same number of people but have more flexibility with our policies. For example, the board is interested in looking at some types of rent reform, maybe types of minimum rents, or maybe types of term limits on the program for individuals only who are able-bodied to participate. Elderly and disabled, of course, would be excluded from that. We're waiting to see if we make the cut on that. We're going to keep applying. If we didn't, because they've got 4 rounds, we qualify for 3 of them. It would just be a great opportunity for this community, so we'll see if we make the cut. It's kind of tough because in our region, we have a lot of move to work agencies already, not in Idaho, but in Washington, and so we're considered part of that region. We're also exploring ways to partner with the Bannock Youth Foundation on a housing program for youth aging out of foster care. HUD has recently made it possible for us to take some of our vouchers and project-base them at a site for children aging out of foster care. So we've met a couple times with our partners at Bannock Youth to talk about what that would look like. So the voucher would assist them with their rent piece, and then one of the units would be for on-site case management assistance so that we can help that population. We're thinking of possibly 15 to 20 if we can find a location to do that. Questions? Okay. Program integrity. We are a CMAP standard performer. I am hoping to be a high performer this year. Challenges with ESOP prohibited that the last fiscal year, but I think we're in good shape for this year. We are a FOS high performer, which is so CMAP is Section 8 Management Assistance Program. So that is what scores our voucher program. So what had happened was we had leased so high the fiscal year prior that we had to drop off the first part of the year. And it's like slowing down a locomotive. And so in order to catch back up, it typically takes another year to get caught back up with your lease up. We're in great condition right now. Our FOS is our public housing administration system, where we are scored on how we manage our public housing, how we manage turnover, how we do with our inspections, how we do with our financials, all of that. We are a high performer on FOS. We have clean audits, no findings. We did have this last year, we did have an embezzlement that had been going on for 4 years, and it was really unfortunate to discover that that had happened. We have handled it with our landlords. We've changed, it was not an embezzlement of landlords, it was an embezzlement of HUD money. We have worked to pay that money back. We've prosecuted to the full extent of the law and have recently received a verdict where that person was held highly accountable. We have had clean audit findings, but because of that embezzlement, it has caused disruption in our office. So we have currently some challenges that I'm dealing with there to make sure that the office is running cleanly and that our folks are secure and no longer playing a finger-pointing game, which can happen in these types of situations. We have MORE, which is a management, occupancy, and review on all 5 of those properties that we manage, as well as on Portneuf Towers, and we are an above average performer on all of those. So we are regularly audited. Any investigations, any accusations or anything like that has to be fully investigated by independent parties, and we've gone through that process. We just had external auditors in our office last week, and they did some investigation and found that everything that was currently operating and some of the finger pointing that had been happening, that there was no truth to any allegations. So I'm very proud of that. But I think with anything, when you've got money passing hands, you have to be really cautious. We've tightened up some policies, although it was really clever how it was done. So we're working to make sure our finance department can detect it next time. Any questions? Okay. Last year we turned 50 years old. We look pretty good for 50. We are thrilled to have been in the community for the last 50 years, meeting the housing needs of our population. And so we had a year of celebration. Every month we had an activity that we did. Most of them were centered around our residents. For Valentine's Day, for our elderly disabled properties, we got a very deep discount on carnations, and children at one of the elementary schools made Valentine's cards, and our maintenance team delivered flowers and cards to all of our residents. We did host a business after hours for turning 50. We had, you see a picture there with Michelle, we had a Mother's Day tea, we had donuts for dads. Every month we had something. I think my team is glad last year is over and that we don't necessarily celebrate 51. And you can see that this year we were given an award at the national level for our efforts to create stronger community through utilizing that theme of turning 50. So we did get recognition for that. So how can we better partner? Some of you have asked or have consented to be members of NARO. Our organization does pay for that. It's only $25 to our organization, but that's the National Association of Housing and Redevelopment Officials. If you are interested in doing that, just let me know. Our national association is an advocacy beast. So sometimes you're going to get emails that are going to say, please send a letter. Oftentimes the letters are already canned typed letters. It's on a specific issue that we need help addressing. You can go in and change the letter. It's not that you have to send that letter, but it's giving you an outline. But literally it takes like 5 minutes. You click, you click, you click. I thank the mayor for sending letters on our behalf. Our most recent letter was asking that a transportation HUD budget be finalized, right? I expect we're going to be in a continuing resolution for a little while, but it's really critical because we don't expect businesses to act without knowing what their budget is, but our departments are expected to act without knowing what their budgets are. In fact, last year we did it for 5 months without knowing what our budget was. So advocacy is one of the most critical things as elected officials that you can help us do in behalf of the people that we serve. In fact, Mayor Blatt has gone with us to DC a couple of times, and I thank you for that. It's powerful when an elected official is speaking to an elected official, and it's not somebody they see it as just my job, because they see a paycheck attached to that. But when an elected official says, this matters in my community, and here's why, you get listened to more than I do. So advocacy is really important. Individual advocacy can be done at the state and federal level as well. Land acquisition, I'm always looking for land opportunities. Maybe next year I might see if I can broker a deal with the county. I have 2 colleagues in Idaho who actually have a partnership with the county for properties that are seized for delinquent taxes. And they have a contract with the county where they have 1 year to take that property and flip it. And then they buy it for the taxes. They flip the property, they sell it. The reason they have to sell it in 1 year is because the county wants it back on the tax rolls, which makes absolute sense because we pay pilot. So it's back on the tax rolls, but what they do is they allow the agency to keep the difference between what they paid and what they made, so that way they can further invest it in the community. I think that's a brilliant partnership, and I want to explore that further. So if any of you have ideas, I would like to talk about that. But land acquisition in Pocatello. I'm interested in one more deal, and I've promised it will be in Pocatello. I don't know if it's something that will be already, that we will need to build, or if it will be older construction. We're fine with that. That is an area also where we can partner with that goal for Bannock Youth Foundation if we found a location that we can make that work for them and for the Housing Authority. Our city departments, we continue to work on our partnerships with the city departments, same team approach. We like to be able to move things through really smoothly, and we've seen some great improvement in that in the last year, so your city departments are to be commended for that. They've been really good for us to work with over this last year. Any questions or comments? Okay. And finally, we are just so proud to be a part of this community. Truly, Pocatello is a community that has such vibrant and amazingly strong partnerships. You have amazing people at all different levels that are serving this population that we serve, which makes our work easier. And so thank you, and thank you for continuing to support us and hear from us each year. Additional questions?
I'd just make a statement. I think you do a valuable service to our community. You're taking care of the number of people that are in your units, but you're also identifying, I think you said 525 on your waiting. 585 on your waiting list.
Yes.
Plus all these other entities that you go. We have a huge population of people that needs to be served, and appreciate your helping to step in the gap. There are others do it, but we appreciate your step.
Thank you. Thank you. We have a committed team. You do this because it's in your blood and you love it. So.
Phenomenal job, son. It's amazing to see what you do.
Thank you.
And your team.
We're lucky to have this group in our community, so thank you.
Thank you.
It's great working with you.
Thank you
Thanks.
for your time.
We will move to agenda item number 5, clean energy presentation. Crystal Rain, representing Conservation Voters for Idaho, will give a presentation about clean energy. Ms. Rain would like the City Council to commit their support toward 100% clean energy system for Pocatello.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you so much for having me here today. My name is Crystal Rain, and I'm the Program Associate for Conservation Voters for Idaho, not ICL. Thanks for making that note. Like you said, today I'm here to present a clean energy resolution that would establish the City of Pocatello's support for transitioning to 100% clean energy. First, I'll tell you a little bit about CVI, about clean energy in Idaho, and what this resolution would mean for the City of Pocatello. So Conservation Voters for Idaho is a bipartisan organization with the mission to create the political environment to protect the natural environment. We have 16,000 members statewide, and we work on both sides of the aisle to strengthen the conservation movement throughout Idaho. We do this by informing, engaging, and empowering citizens who care about our natural heritage and healthy communities. We advocate for sound environmental policy and work to elect pro-conservation candidates to office. CVI is the only state-based conservation organization that can do both traditional issue advocacy and that critical political work that we're able to do. Though based in Boise, we work on conservation issues throughout the state, and in recent years we've grown in capacity and have been able to increase our engagement in other parts of the state, including eastern Idaho. Traditionally, our bread and butter has been working on public lands, and we've done a great deal of work with local groups on that. We've endorsed candidates, worked with local elected officials on policy and programming, and this summer we were able to run a deep canvassing program to learn more about what issues matter to communities out here and how we can work to engage and mobilize them moving forward. This year we got our first Eastern Idaho board member from Pocatello, and most recently we were able to utilize our year-round part-time voter engagement specialists to turn out people for the excellent Our Energy Future Strategies to Lower Municipal Carbon Footprint forum that happened here. I know some of you were able to make it in May, which was put on by the Portneuf Resource Council, the League of Women Voters, and various other groups. As the Program Associate for Conservation Voters for Idaho, my primary role is to advance our issue advocacy work around transportation, toxics, conserving open spaces, and clean energy. I work with elected officials and municipal staff to develop and support localized policy solutions while engaging with the community to educate citizens and generate support. In terms of clean energy and climate, Conservation Voters for Idaho has been doing this work for quite some time, but in early 2018, CVI really took the step to concentrate efforts and began work on a clean energy campaign with the goal to get Idaho to commit to 100% clean energy by or before 2050. That's the whole state. We believe every community deserves to be powered by clean, affordable, hopefully local energy that will increase our state's resiliency, grow our economy, and support our unique way of life. Clean energy is the new norm. Right now, 7 states, 11 counties, and over 130 cities across the nation have committed to 100% clean energy by or before 2050. 1 in 5 Americans live in a community that's committed to 100% clean energy. That's 70 million Americans. In March, Idaho Power, our state's largest utility, became the third investor-owned utility to commit to 100% clean energy by 2045. And at that time, that was the most ambitious date set by a utility. Shortly after, Avista, our state's second largest utility, followed suit and declared a goal to achieve 100% carbon neutral electricity by 2027 and be carbon free by 2045. Within that same month's time, Boise City Council approved a plan to reach 100% clean energy by 2035 community-wide. And that was the first commitment of its kind on the municipal side in the state. Now, CVI participated in the planning processes leading up to Boise's commitment, as well as Idaho Power's. And right now, we're working with staff and elected officials in Eagle, Ada County, and Idaho Falls to create clean energy goals and implementation plans that really reflect each of their individualized communities. Every community is starting with a different set of opportunities and challenges in this, and so each plan and pathway is going to look as varied as our communities. So why a resolution? In Pocatello, it's clear that the city sees value in clean energy and prioritizes stewardship and conservation of resources. The Conserve Pocatello program website is one of the most comprehensive citizen resources I've seen in the state. The 2015 comp plan states support for the development and use of alternative and local energy sources such as wind and solar in multiple places, and as well as energy conservation. 9 years, Mayor Vlad, you have passed the Port Neuf Valley Community Environmental Fair Day Proclamation, which is a mouthful and a traditional part of Earth Day celebrations. And you ask, quote, residents, businesses, and institutions to support the fair, as well as make a commitment to undertake programs and projects that enhance the community's natural environment by reducing the city's carbon footprint and helping build a sustainable community. This draft resolution, I utilize values and general ideas I found in these and other official city documents, plans, and programs. This was all in your documents already. A resolution, while not binding, has the ability to set intention for staff and community alike. And this is important because the transformation to 100% clean energy is going to take a long time. And so it needs to be set in motion as soon as possible. Localized energy solutions will not only be the key to achieving this goal, but will also lead to a prosperous economic future, ongoing environmental preservation, and sustained community health. Just the act of setting a target can inspire, build consensus, and spur action today, even when goals are 10 or more years in the future. Ambitious long-term targets not only provide inspiring vision for community, but also motivate action in the present. Specifically, setting a target allows cities to engage with their communities, identify key issues and priorities that are there, and generate excitement to develop a plan which meets citizens' needs and accelerates clean energy projects in the near term. Further, enacting a clean energy target helps city staff to muster internal resources to seek and identify clean energy and conservation or efficiency opportunities. Establishing a clean energy goal simplifies internal conversations and sets focus. A goal is critical as it communicates priority and directs the mobilization of resources and efforts. Even if the pathway to achieve the goal is not yet clear, without a commitment, no one can start trying to find or create solutions. Beyond internal staff and community, intention setting and targets send a powerful signal to businesses, utilities, and state-level decision makers. This is where Idaho Power's commitment becomes really powerful for our communities. They'll be needing to add additional clean energy resources, transmission lines, grid operators, what have you. And where are these investments going to go? What communities are going to be able to benefit from these new jobs and industries? Communities that show that they embrace clean energy openly. And this resolution does this. As I said, it's clear that Pocatello sees value in moving towards clean energy. And every day we're seeing new reports showing not only that clean energy is viable, but that in the very near term, it will outright be more cost effective than fossil fuels. Just a report this week shows that clean energy will completely eclipse natural gas in cost effectiveness as early as 2035. Economically, investing in clean energy is increasingly becoming the safest bet. But as leaders of a city, you don't know what that plan to clean energy looks like yet, so it makes sense that it's hard to commit to a specific date. I understand that. And that's why this works so well. Idaho Power's commitment and announcement has provided a really great opportunity for our communities to formally establish existing support without holding the city to an absolute it doesn't quite have a plan for yet. Pocatello will be powered by 100% clean electricity by 2045. You can commit to that. It's going to happen whether you do anything or not. And with the way technology and the economy is moving, we'll probably get there before 2045, especially being in a state that's blessed with such enormous clean energy potential. But right now, you can use that commitment as a step on the way to figuring out what Pocatello's specific plan to clean energy will look like, while giving the opportunity to begin conversations on how to transition to clean energy across other sectors, because energy just isn't just electricity, it's transportation, it's heating and cooling, it's a lot of other things. So essentially, it's a commitment to making a commitment. Now, I'm going to pause here for any questions. I have a lot of information I could rattle off, but I want to make sure it's helpful for you all.
I'll start.
Sure.
I'm kind of feeling like this is the pre-engagement ring rather than an engagement ring.
Sure, yes.
And, or something like that, or promise ring. If this is just a rubber stamp of Idaho Power and their thing, where are we? Because Pocatello has some real problems with particulates, and we have bad air days, and it looks like if we were on a schedule looking at our needs, we would ramp this up before 2045. So I kind of think maybe we need to get past the promise ring and get into an engagement ring so that we can get to the wedding, so to speak. I'm a pastor, so I can use those metaphors.
Is that a proposal or what is it?
I can use those metaphors. I've been through it all with people. For example, just not only our particulates, we have some bad air days, and we just, we've had to limit what people can do in terms of their wood burning and other things. And I know that we are a community that's also recognized tourism as a huge ingredient. We have some major ski resorts around here. I know that part of the whole idea of clean energy is to moderate the drastic shifts or volatility of climate change.
Yep.
And it's real important to do that. But there are fires that come because of this. There are bad snows, bad rains. We've had underpass flood an unprecedented amount of times in recent years. It just looks like maybe we need to look at this a little more aggressive than just embracing the Idaho Power standard. We should have a standard for Pocatello that we know that the backdrop is Idaho Power, but we should be looking at finding a way to use our transportation system better, because that is something that we get credit for on our air quality issues. So it looks to me that there could be some more dimensions framed into this than what we've addressed so far. If this is our promise ring day, maybe we could say I've been waiting for engagement ring.
The way that I understand this is that this is, as you put it, a commitment to making a commitment. So it's just a step. I don't feel like this is, this isn't setting our policy, or this isn't, but this is a step to do that. And so I feel like what this doesn't preclude anything that Mr. Bray is saying. So I think it just gets us going in the right direction, and I don't see anything wrong with doing that. I agree, we need to be more aggressive, and we need to come up with a plan that works for Pocatello. I think we're all interested in moving in this direction. The Idaho Power commitment is sort of the default. We're going to get there anyway, but we can do something before that. And making this commitment to figure out how to do that doesn't just then default to Idaho Power, I think. It just helps us get going, is the way that I look at this. So I look at this as a positive move forward.
With all due respect, we've had discussions that have stopped. We had discussions about some solar energy here at one time. We've had discussions about some wind energy here that the city would be a buy-in to. We've had discussions about converting some of our vehicles perhaps in our fleet to electricity or to propane. Propane's not the ideal solution, but it's a transitional type of thing away from diesel fuel or something like that. I really think it's kind of time for us to decide whether we're just going to continue fishing or if we're going to just cut bait. You know, it's time to get engaged more. It's time to say this is a problem in our city. It's not, you know, I understand you're coming from a state basis, but we have some problems here in the city that we could be more aggressively addressing. And my context is our resolution ought to identify some of those things more aggressively than we are in this, and see where we could go with tackling some of those issues and putting some time stamps on what we think our opportunity is to get some of this resolved, and not just kick it down the road a little ways and say we've done something more.
And if I may respond, if y'all want to go farther than this, we will support that. Like, absolutely, you know. But the vision behind this is, as I said, it's kind of a bookmark. You know, there's this really great opportunity to align yourself with a commitment that's already been made and set that intention, and, you know, change this however you want. If you want to put in specifics of, like, we'll create a task force of local experts and community members to identify specific goals and targets, by all means put that in there. But, you know, that takes work. That took, you know, the city of Boise had to hire a consultant and do this huge plan before they were able to get to, like, their XYZs. And so what we see is this is a way to kind of put a marker in that, you know, you've said you've had stopped conversations and it hasn't really gotten anywhere because it's hard to figure out specifics. But this is an opportunity to come together as a council and mayor and come together on a commitment to figuring that out, to figuring out those specifics and then that next step. And that's what a lot of other communities are doing. As I said, I'm working with Eagle, Ada County, and Idaho Falls, and each of them have different next steps. You know, Ada County is looking to hire consultants and set a facilities goal, like their own operational facilities. Eagle is looking to put together a task force of local experts with the plan to come back with specific recommendations for the next budget cycle. You know, so there's plenty of ways you can go about it depending on the specific problems and issues that are in your community. And this just gives that very public statement, hey, we're looking at this, we're taking this seriously, we're in agreement that this is something that we need to address. If that makes sense.
Can we have our legal department and public works come down? You know, they're so excited.
And I do not claim that this is legal or ready to go. Well, that's a draft.
Right. So rather than go back and forth about whether this resolution meets what we're looking for or not, this was the first time that I have seen a draft of this resolution. It was just this morning. We didn't have it in our packet before this meeting. So have either of you had a chance to look at this, or is this your first time knowing about it also?
I'll go first. Jared
Okay.
Johnson, City Attorney. I have been given a copy of that, and to be completely honest, I looked at it quickly. I have not had a chance to really spend some time with it. But if you were interested in moving forward, we would talk very specifically about the language and what it would commit us to do and what it would just be a plan going forward. So I would be very involved in that step.
Right, okay, I just didn't know if you had a chance to look at it beforehand, so that's what I was asking. So that was my first question, and I guess I'm prepared to, in an effort to move things forward, to make a guidance motion that we authorize our legal department to take a look at this and to see if they have any other recommendations, things that we could add to it.
Before you make that, I think, did you have a question? I thought I saw.
She can bring it
okay.
into discussion.
Okay, she's good.
Okay, so anyway, I move that we instruct our legal department to look into this resolution and give us any recommendations or any additional recommendations that they have.
I'll second.
Okay. Okay, we have a motion by Adamson and a second by Lurick.
Would you add a friendly amendment? Because I don't know, legal is our go-to resource for environmental, so to speak. And maybe that legal look into what entities that we could incorporate here. Like ISU should be a huge resource for us, in terms of what our capacity could be, what our problems are, just to have some meat on the bone, so to speak.
Yeah. Well, if there's one thing I know about our city attorney, he will do a lot of diligence and research and making sure it's
But
appropriate.
his diligence is right now just to look at this and make it legal.
Okay.
Well, I kind of like the motion simply because we do have an expert in the House that can help us and work with legal here. And I'm pretty confident that the cleaner you can make this, the faster it can move forward. The more entities that you get in the middle of it, the more you're going to throw wrenches in the cogs. I would.
Yeah, it's not to
all
say
of
you
that
can't
will come
reach out to
down the road.
others,
That'll all come
but
down the road.
it's just saying let's move in the direction of getting
Let's
something.
move forward.
Yeah.
not-
And I think getting a task force together is kind of a little down the line, not necessarily 10 years from now, but perhaps I get the verbiage right and then we go forward to
Well, I'm just
getting
saying
our task force
that we've
together
kind
to
of
make
been
it
here
up.
before, maybe not with a resolution, but by intent. And that goes back 10 years or more.
And,
Okay, well,
and I
that was
believe in our
before all
I
of
know,
our
but,
time.
And in our
but it's memory loss because we didn't have something written down that governed the progress.
Okay, so that's why we're saying let's
But I'm saying,
please move in the
let's get
direction of
some
getting something that's
details
written
to it.
down.
So Council and Mayor, if I may suggest, we have a meeting next week that's a clarification for the issues discussed today. In the meantime, I'll spend some time with the resolution, but really, the legalities I can take care of pretty quickly. There's no problems there, and that would be mostly just making sure we're not binding ourselves to something. As she mentioned, we have a goal with not necessarily a clear path. That as a legal person kind of makes me a little hesitant. So we can clean up that language so that we're not bound by something we don't completely understand. What we'll need from you is what ideas you have to get that clear path or that unclear path more clear.
And that's my second, after we vote on this
Okay.
motion, I have another, that's
Okay.
why I brought.
But I certainly can look at the resolution that's been provided and present something that I'm comfortable with, but then we'll need some details from you as to exactly what you want to be part of that path.
And I understand that's exactly what this is to commit to figuring out what that path is.
That's what I understood too. Any other discussion? Ruth, could you please call the roll? Oh, I'm sorry. A motion by Adamson and a second by Lyric.
And the motion has not been amended.
Has not been amended.
Okay. Adamson?
Yes.
Lurick?
Yes.
Ray?
Yes?
Gina?
Yes.
Minot?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
You
then-
said you had another motion.
Well, I'm not sure if I'm going to make a motion at this time, but I had some questions for our Public Works Director. So during our budget session that we've just had in the last few months, I had asked about the possibility of solar panels on the library, maybe City Hall, rec center, some of our city buildings. I know you've already looked into that for the streets and sanitation building, but I was curious if you could give us an update on anything you've learned that way. And then I know we don't, oh, I just saw Tom come in, but I was curious as part of our efforts with our fleet department also, I know we're talking about right sizing and making sure we have the correct vehicles and those types of things. So yeah, come on over, Tom. But if there was any, what staff has to tell us about, maybe incorporating some electric vehicles or any of that as part of our right sizing with the fleet department. So if we could just get that update.
Sure. Thank you very much. Jeff Mansfield, Public Works Director. So I've got a few notes here that I was scribbling down as I was sitting over there. First off, I'd like to kind of echo what Ms. Rain indicated, that this is a long process, and it's going to take a long time to get there. And we really just need to kind of make that commitment and get started down that path. I love that in her attachment here, she had creating an advisory committee, because I've been asked by you to look at opportunities and look at potentials that we have. And as I've done that, and as my staff has done that, we found out that it's a big task. There's a lot of stuff out there, and there's a lot of things that we can be doing. However, I want to give you a little bit of background on what we've done so far to this point. So we've done some internal analysis on different projects that we can pursue, mainly in the solar opportunities. I know Tom has talked to a company about putting solar at the Public Works Annex. Maybe you can talk about that just a little bit, and then I'll come back to some of my other topics.
Okay, Tom Kirkman, Deputy Public Works Director. We've met with the company. We're in the process of finding a couple other companies. What we're looking at right now, our scope we were looking at is to try and get enough panels to run that total facility. And then any overruns that we had, if we could transfer those credits to run street lights to some of our other accounts. What we've come up with is it's about a $700,000 investment to run that facility. There are some credits available. Unfortunately, we're not afforded those credits. There's a $200,000 credit that we could receive, but we're tax exempt, so we don't.
Maybe we could sell it.
And then some of that surplus energy, we're finding out that we really can't benefit from that other surplus energy in other locations. We can use it on our facility, but we were kind of hoping that we could have that overrun go, and then we could power some signals and some streetlights like that. So we've got a really nice proposal together. Jeff and I have been talking. It's something we were gonna bring to you folks and talk about. It's a big project. One of the big things that we're looking at now is the amount of solar of the panels that it's going to take to run just that particular facility. We don't know if we have the roof structure capable to hold that much. It's going to end up being, I think, 800 panels, I think, is what it was going to be. And so we're looking now at what kind of land footprint we could use for that as opposed to a roof footprint. So there's a lot of behind the scenes stuff that we're still working through on that, but we've got some other really neat stuff in the process that we're working on, and I'll let Jeff talk. And I've made a little list too of some stuff we're working on that I can talk about later.
Thanks.
So we've also met with Solarize Pocatello and talked to them about some different funding opportunities that we have available. And then we've also talked about possibly getting an intern to maybe look into some of these potentials that we have. We met with Amoresco, and we discussed a project that they're considering with Idaho State University, and maybe that's something that we can partner in and participate in. And then we're also considering doing an energy audit through Amoresco or another company. And I want to get out there. I went to the energy cohort, and it's one thing that I really wanted to get out there is that we're doing good things. We're already doing a lot of these things that we're talking about. We've implemented LED lights in our City Hall parking lot. We've put LED lights in our Center Street underpass. Hopefully I'm not still in your thunder, Tom.
No, fine.
And in the Public Works Annex, we did a lot of that stuff. We've got automatic lights throughout City Hall. We did a Chevron study. We've done upgrades out at the WPC where we've put VFDs or variable frequency drives on our blowers out there to really try to save a lot of energy. We've worked with Idaho Power to get rebates on a lot of that stuff. We collect the methane gas that's produced out there, and we burn that in our generators and create a lot of energy, a lot of electricity that helps offset the energy that we use at the plant. Not particularly in Pocatello, but we contribute to this. Bannock County landfill, they collect the methane up there, and they've got 2 great big generators up there that produce a lot of electricity. A lot of our newer facilities that we've built in the last 10 to 15 years, we've gotten the LEED certification on those buildings. And so we have a lot of really good resources here in Pocatello. We have Solarize Pocatello, we have the Portland Resource Council. There's a lot of really good people that are involved in this and have a lot of information. And I think from my perspective, if we can get together as a group and as an advisory committee and come up with a plan and alternatives that we could bring back to you, and I think that would be, I think, the direction we want to go.
I think Idaho Power has someone we could contact, and they could offer a wide range of consultation on this.
Right.
I don't remember the person's name, but I know there's an individual that's kind of waiting for us to trigger the request from them. And they would, and I think there is much more than just an electricity audit, is my understanding.
Right.
So maybe that's kind of a step we ought to take too.
One thing I know our street department's done is, our traffic division mainly, is a lot of the street lights in town are owned by Idaho Power. All the lights in the city of Pocatello that we own, we've converted to LEDs, as well as our signal heads. I think it was 2 months ago we were in contact with Idaho Power, and Idaho Power is now looking at changing all of the sodium lights in town to LEDs. So that's kind of a neat thing going. So yeah, we've been working with Idaho Power a little bit on that.
What are some of the solar panels, like next to signs and lights, and can you just mention?
Sure.
Because I see those around town too.
Yeah, that was one of the things I was going to talk about a little bit too. We have a lot of solar assets around town as well for our school zone flashing signs. We've got those set up so that those are all LED, or those are also solar driven, as well as our crosswalk flashers. Those are solar driven. Anytime we can, it's a win-win on both things. It's a lot cheaper to be able to just put a solar panel in certain instances than tear up a road and put power to something, as well as it's also using clean energy as well. But we use a lot of solar assets in the traffic world.
Up at the Nordic Center too, right? Isn't there a solar? Yeah, that's right.
I was, I'll mention another community to the north. During our walking competition, I tried to find new places to walk, and did a lot of walking at Jensen's Grove, and they have lamp posts, all around the reservoir, and they've got solar panels that are not hard panels, they're soft, that are actually on the pole that wrap around them. Is that anything that you've looked into at all?
Absolutely. When we built the South Valley Connector, the lights on the pedestrian tunnel that go underneath on the greenway, those are all solar powered. And yeah, we've looked at some different technologies. They've got, it's pretty much unlimited what you can do nowadays with these things. So
yeah, I've seen them in roads and all kinds of things.
Yeah, we've actually, I think it was 2 or 3 years ago, we actually looked into that. They call them solar roads. Unfortunately, with our snow plows dropping and studded tires, we have a problem with some of that stuff, as you can imagine. Some of the things, to echo what Jeff's been talking about, some of the things that we are doing that I think are worth noting, some great things that you guys have done. Through our fleet department, we're trying to modernize our fleet. That's one big thing, It's not a secret that newer cars are more efficient. They don't produce as many hydrocarbons and NOx gases. We're also working on ways to limit idle times. When a vehicle is idling, it's burning an immense amount of fuel, as well as just dumping pollutants into the air. So we're working on that, and then right sizing is a big thing. If we don't need so many cars, then we can pull those back. We are looking really aggressively into CNG, like garbage trucks. Unfortunately, the technology is getting better. It's not quite there yet. A lot of the communities that have gone to that, CNGs are good for like an over-the-road truck that's at a steady speed. What we're seeing on the garbage trucks with the stop-and-go traffic, they're overheating them and hurting the engines on those right now. But that's something that we continue to look at.
Can you explain what that is? Compressed
natural gas. I apologize. And then we've also looked at electric vehicles a lot. We've looked at that pretty in depth. One of the big drawbacks that we see with electric vehicles, the hurdle we need to get over, is most of our departments are 24-hour a day, 7 days a week emergency response. You go to the pump and you fill up a car in 5 minutes, but unfortunately a vehicle takes an hour to charge. So that's just some of those non-essential vehicles is where we can start exploiting some of those technologies to move forward. The other thing that we've done in our street department is and I'm not sure if you're aware of this, I think I've talked about it in the past, but our fog seal is actually a non-asphalt product, and they've received a ton of awards because it's a substance that they're able to make out of an existing product called gilsonite, so they're not actually using crude oil to produce this, and they've received a ton of awards because the refining process is so much less intrusive, and you create so much more, you produce so much less contaminants to process this stuff. So we've got some good things going, and one of the big things is our glass recycling program that we just started. That is really going like gangbusters. We actually had to create a new container to put down at our Albertson site because we were dumping it, 3 or 4 times a week, and it was overflowing. As well as our yard waste program, the county is actually, we produce more yard waste than they can get rid of as compost. So they've now started using the compost as cover for the landfill. So every night the landfill, whenever at the end of the day comes where the trucks and the public have dumped the waste, they have to cover that every night with dirt so that the wind and doesn't disrupt that. Well, they've been able to take this yard waste and use it as cover so that they can cover the fill at the end of the day. And what that's enabled them to do is not have to mine so much dirt out of the hillsides. It used to be like a train of, they call them scrapers, these big machines that were bringing dirt in every night to cover this up. And they've been able to use that yard waste a lot more efficiently to tackle that. And then our recycling, as we've talked about before, it's tough to recycle right now. The plastics are getting really hard to get rid of, and I think when you showed a commitment that you wanted to keep recycling and we kept that moving forward, that was a big deal to us. So.
Maybe what we need to have is an inventory of where we are right now on all these things, so that we'll know what we're building from. I think that's a real important thing to do, and because you got to know where you are before you know where you're going.
Right.
And so maybe to develop an inventory of all these things we've done and put that as a footnote or something on this resolution, so that we're codifying what we're doing and saying this is the point in time when this resolution was developed, this is where we are, and this is, to move ahead, we've got to build on this.
Yeah, I think you guys have done some incredible work. I think we've got some really good stuff going for us.
And I was going to say, I think as a city, moving towards a clean environment is a very individual approach and also a very community-wide, government-wide effort. And I think hats off to our department heads who do that. And I know we've had previous discussion about having better route systems and all of that. I know you guys continue to explore that, cleaning up the river and so much more. And I think at a micro level, at a macro level, we need to come together and keep, having these conversations to move forward and have a better environment. So great job. Thank you for bringing that today to us. Yeah.
Absolutely.
I'm prepared to make a guidance motion now that I brought them and had some questions answered. If our staff believes that it would be a good idea to investigate a committee that could help come up with some of these things that we've discussed, then I move to give guidance to our staff to investigate what that looks like and come report back to us at our work session clarification meeting. Let us know if they have any recommendations and what we could do.
You mean next week?
Yeah.
Let's give them till October clarification.
I'm thinking they're going, okay.
It doesn't have to be like set in stone, but they could come back and just tell us, hey, we had a chance to think about it, and this is what we.
I think we need to decide as a council, like, which entities need to come together on this, and then that should create the task where, like, for example, we need the Parks Department to figure out how much water we're putting out there, like all these different components, and like who do we see fit to do that?
Right, I don't disagree. That's why I'm saying maybe they can just kind of come next week and tell us this is the preliminary, what we think we need to start looking into. Why? You think that's too fast?
I think it's quick, and they've got real jobs to do too, also, over and above this job that you're just giving them, but we're good with that. If I've got a second,
I'm not saying it has to be like a
okay, we have
plan, and,
We'll make whatever work.
We're not going to be able to come back with a lot of specifics. That's ultimately the responsibility of the task force would be to come up with those specifics.
Right. So we need to come up with the task force. Like I think
Councilwoman Lurie should chair that.
Okay, we have a motion. I'm just going to ask for a vote. We have a motion
Yeah, well, my motion was more to have them let us know what that looks like to create a task force that would then drill down and get more specifics. It's not asking them to come up with every possible list of everything that we could do. It's
basically
just,
who should be on that
yeah,
task
who should be
force.
on the task force, what should we do to move forward, and we can just talk about it a little more next week.
And you want that at your 2 o'clock meeting?
Next week, yes.
Yeah.
So what the motion is for in a week, they will tell us who they think should be on the task force.
And what their recommended time
So
frame is.
it's your chance to say no.
I feel like it's our job to do that.
We have a motion by Adamson and a second by Bray. Ruth, could you please call the roll?
Yes, absolutely.
I think next week we'll have the opportunity to do that.
Okay. Adamson?
Yes.
Bray?
Yes.
Gina?
Yes.
Lurick?
Yes.
Lennon?
Yes.
I think it was funny that we've got Cheatham over there trying to get somebody besides him to run a cat task force.
The reason I say that is Linda has been involved in these things. She has a lot of connections in the community that's especially concerned about this issue.
Absolutely.
And I think she could pull that all together for us in the long term.
I agree with you. I just thought it was very quick. Very quick to do that.
Yeah.
We wanted to be clear that he's got enough task force he's on. Sounds great. Thank you.
Thank you very much, and please let me know how we can continue to support you all through this process. If you have any other questions or need any other information.
Thank you, Crystal.
Sorry.
Oh, go ahead.
I do want to thank Crystal for coming and providing this information, because I think this is a really good step to help us get moving.
Thank you for having me. I really appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thank you.
We will move to agenda item number 6 is Bannock Development Corporation update. John Regas, Bannock Development Corporation, BDC Executive Director, will be present to give council an update of BDC's activities and achievements.
I need to scan his thumb drive for he can.
Oh, John, we've got to scan your thumb drive. So we're going to, we're going to jump to number 7. Can we do that?
Sure.
And then come back to 6.
Okay, I still need to go.
Okay, so we're going to jump over 6. We're going to go to agenda item number 7, Fire Union Update. Members of the Pocatello Fire Union will be present to give an update on fire union activities.
Mayor and Council, Andy Moldenhauer, President, Local 187, and Scott Lockhart, Secretary, Local 187. I think you did that just because you saw Curtis leaving, and so you're like,
No, I saw Curtis come back. That's why we did it, so that he would, obviously, he's got something to do out there.
Yeah,
So
well, he
wanted
was
him back
taking
in.
off, and you got him to stay for a little longer. So anyway, we just wanted to start with mentioning that we just finished negotiations, and we are really glad to be done with that process. This time around, it was a really long and arduous process, and it was difficult from our side, which I imagine relates to it being difficult from your side as well. In the end, we feel like we got a fair result, and we're glad that we're there, and we hope to work together to make that process better in the future. Additionally, we've been really busy with training and with new hires. We've had 10 new hires over the course of the last 12 months, and I just wanted to shout out a couple names because a few of you guys have been able to go to some rookie academy graduations, but you guys don't always get to hear about these people. So we've got Taylor Garcia, or Tyson Anderson, Cameron Dean, Connor Barone, Cameron Farnsworth, Amy Kritzer, Kate Denny, Philip Ball, Chris Goki, and Doug Anthony are all our new hires. In addition to that, with people leaving, which creates these new hire positions, we've had several promotions. Shane Groh has become a battalion chief. Mike Mason and Chris Covey have both become captains, and Tony Catt and Stan Tharp have also achieved the positions of driver operator. And with that, with all that transition, we have a lot of people that are working hard on getting certifications within our department to be able to step up and to be qualified to do the position above their rank. And those guys that have been able to do that over the course of the last year are Jake Leidy, who's achieved BC Step Up. And we've got several people, Jeff Stein, Tyler Gibbs, Cole Bybee, Marcus Andrews, Brad Nelson, Tab Fleming, and Ryan Castillo have all achieved the level of being able to be a driver step up qualified. So those guys have worked hard, and that's quite an achievement. In addition to that, we've had 22 people that have received national certifications for their positions within the department. This is them going through and taking a nationally ranked nationally certified course and test and achieving those certifications. I'm not going to read through all that, but we also have 5 of our members that have become state certified instructors, which helps us to make with validation for our internal certifications and our internal classes. So we can get recognition for national certifications from classes that we hold within our department by having them taught by these 5 individuals that are now state instructors. And so there's been a lot of hard work put into that, and we just wanted to recognize those people for doing that.
I'd just add to that too, that these certifications and promotions and step-up qualifications that these guys are receiving, they're endeavors to achieve. Promotions are years of training to get to the point where you can be at the top of that promotion list, and to get those step-up qualifications, even though the step-ups are not competitively awarded, they take usually a full year of extra training and study for guys to achieve. And so they're putting a lot of effort, and in the end it's good for the guys achieving it, but it's also really good for the department and our ability to provide our service.
Yeah, and those certifications also help us provide a better service for the public. It just shows that we're meeting national standards. Coming up, we've got some events that we've got on our docket. On September 27th, we're going to be doing Fill the Boot. We're going to be doing it at 2 intersections again this year, and that'll be Pole Line and Quinn, and the High Line in El Rancho.
What was the date?
September 27th.
27th. Okay.
Yeah, and typically it's an all-day event. The notification that we got for it didn't have the time, but usually we're setting up about 9 o'clock and there until 3 or 4 in the afternoon. So.
And Highline, you had Pole Line Quinn and Highline?
And El Rancho.
El Rancho.
Yeah. And I did speak with our coordinator who runs that, and it's nice to be able to have 2 intersections to draw from, because then we have a larger base to be able to pull from. However, it would be nice to be able to consolidate resources so that we only had 1 intersection if we could get to an intersection that would potentially be
8 lanes.
What's that?
8 lanes.
Well, years ago we used to do it at Pocatello, right over here, and that was a lot of work to be able to run that intersection, but that's also the busiest intersection in town. It requires a little bit of extra approval because the state controls that intersection, so we have to get approval from them, and we've not been fortunate enough to do that for the last few years. But when we were raising the most money as Fill the Boot, or through Fill the Boot, it was when we were using that intersection, and it would be great to be able to return there at some point. Anyway, another item that we've got coming up, and we've got cold weather just around the corner, and of course the holidays, but we're going to be doing Operation Warm again this year, where we give out the coats to school kids. Currently, our chairman of that committee, and it's really more a committee of one, has been working his butt off to try to get money raised to be able to help us purchase more coats. We've had several different corporations and different businesses that have worked with us that have given us donations in the past and are donating again this year that help us be able to purchase more coats and have a bigger impact. When we get the date for that nailed down as far as when we're going to be doing it, we'll let you know. But at that time, I would like to give a little bit of recognition to the businesses that are helping us in that. If I did it right now, it would be an incomplete list and it wouldn't be fair. So, and then of course, holidays around the corner. We'll be involved in several Christmas functions as well as turkeys around Thanksgiving time. And really the last item that I wanted to bring up is that we'll be partnering with the police union to have a candidate forum for the 3 council seats that are up for election. We've reserved council chambers on the 23rd and 24th of September. And right now we're kind of discussing how we're going to format that event. And we will give more details and send a flyer out when we have that completely nailed down. But we did it for 2 nights because there's 14 candidates, and it would be pretty crowded where you're sitting if there were 14 people up there. So we're hoping to break it down and possibly do it by seat, and then have a little bit more breakdown. But between the 2 groups, we have to get together and get that formatting figured out.
So I'd recommend don't do 1 and 3 on the same night.
Yeah. Or just don't do those 2 at all?
Well, no, not on the same night. If you try to break them up.
Yes, sir. And that's kind of what we're looking at. I did get a suggestion last night to try to break it up into different time frames for different seats. But that also has its own challenges because then people are able to kind of get a little bit of an insight as to what the questions are going to be asked and stuff like that. So,
yeah.
But hopefully we'll be able to get that put together and do a good job. You guys have any questions for us?
I have 2.
Yes, sir.
First one, when you talk about the 10 people that are new hires, how many of those are replacing retirees approximately?
So the 10 people that we've got, Amy Kritzer and Kate Denny they're both secretaries. They're members of our union. Amy is the assistant to the chief, and her position was created, or the vacancy that created her job was because we had a retiree as the office manager, and then the former assistant moved up to that, and so those 2 were both due to retirements.
Okay.
Of the other 9, all of them have been to replace retirements except for the 3 positions that you guys approved in October of last year to increase our staffing.
So in the last year, the only people leaving the department were by retirement.
Well, I'm sorry, I misunderstood the question.
You understand?
Yes, I understand I understand what you mean. I was saying that those people were being hired because somebody left the department. Over the course of the last year, we have had, I think 3-4 people that have left for other departments.
I can't remember off the top of my head, but
I think the ballpark of people that have left to go to another department.
I thought you might remember the retirement parties more than...
Yeah, I'll remember mine. But other than that, retirement parties, it is nice to see the old guys and the retirees that kind of come out of the woodwork. But you have had 6 or 7 retirements this last year. Yeah. That
I know I've gone to or had. I think Linda has actually represented me to 1 or 2 of them.
Yeah.
So there's been 6 or 7 that have left for retirements,
and that matches fairly well with the number because we've had. Because like I said, we've had 3 or 4 that have left, and the total new hires over the course of the last year is about 10.
Yeah.
So,
of those new hires, Andy, how many are green peas and how many come from other places?
So we get a mix. Probably out of the last year. So 1, 2. So of course, excluding the 2 secretaries, which obviously come with experience, 4 of the remaining 8 were from another department. We've gotten a couple of them from Fort Hall and 1 from Blackfoot. The rest of them have all been green to the fire service to some degree. You know, some of them have completed a fire academy somewhere else, and so they were trying to get a job within a fire department. Some of them are as green as green. I've got a guy that's on my crew that is a really good guy, but he was a plumber before he came, and so there's been a big learning curve for him.
Water.
Yeah, it's just water. Just changing the pressure, right?
He knows how to hook the hose up, right?
Yeah, he does. Well, and he can go get under the truck and fix whatever's wrong there too.
That's right.
So,
any other questions?
I think those are the two questions.
Okay.
Oh, no, I got one more. When you have certified instructors that are able to train our individuals, are there opportunities for you to bring in other departments and train them at the same time? I mean, is there any leveraging that does for us?
You know, it's in some regards we're able to bring in other departments, but for the most part they all have their own training program. If we're having a class that's put on by an outside instructor, then we maybe have a little bit more of an ability to bring in an outside department or bring in another department. If they had somebody that was specifically needing a class like a driver operator class, we have had members from Chubbuck come over and attend one of our classes before, but typically just because of how geographically large eastern Idaho is, we don't get a lot of people from INL or Idaho Falls or Blackfoot that come down to go to one of our classes.
Are those activities of the union or of the department?
They are of the department, but it's union members that are doing that.
Okay. Ms. Goody, any other questions? Hey, thank you very much. You do an incredible job out there as a department, and we appreciate all the things the union does in the community as well. It's amazing to see the different things you're involved in, so thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, with that, we're going to bounce back up to agenda item number 6, which is Bannock Development Corporation update. John Regetz, Bannock Development Corporation, BDC Executive Director, will be present to give the council an update of BDC's activities and achievements.
And no bugs. So Ruth tells me. Well, thank you all for giving me a few minutes to give you an update on what we're doing. It's actually, it's only been a couple months since our last meeting because we had to be delayed a month at that time. Harlan Whitrock has joined me today. He's one of our former board members and also a community representative for ON Semiconductor. So again, always want to thank you for the support that you folks have given us and the collaboration that we enjoy with each other over the years. About a week and a half ago, you probably heard about a couple logistics projects that are looking at coming to Pocatello, and that came out at the Idaho Shippers and Growers Association meeting. And we didn't intend to have any news releases out at this time, but because that's an association forum, and these projects are actually presenting so that they can get interest from potential clients. It kind of has to be more of an open process, and it has been a very open process, actually. So anyways, we're looking at transload facility as well as cold storage. And the picture you see here is one of our companies, Top Hay, that currently puts their product in trucks to be shipped down to Salt Lake City where it's containerized and then sent to the West Coast. And so anyways, the transload facility would do that here and would save them money. And so anyway, since this came out at the IGSA, I thought it was only fair that we give you a little rundown on what's going on so you have a little more information. Anyways, but to start out with the project's Frigitech, which was Lion Chase, is the holding company. They announced a year ago their intentions to develop a cold storage facility. And as I said, they have to basically let people know they're here and then start to recruit customers and develop the project. And went out and they've talked with potential customers, and through that process, they've gotten requests to provide rail service with their cold storage facility. And so that project is transformed into a rail-served cold storage project, which requires rail infrastructure planning, which, as you know, adds another layer of planning and some more time to the project. But it also requires to go out and get a different type of customer as well. We've been connecting with some potential customers and leads at the IGSA, as well as in the community, to help develop the tenant base for that. We've also had an opportunity to meet with a transload developer, and both of these companies worked on different ways they can serve each other and do some cross services, which is going to be very effective in accelerating the timeframes of the project. For instance, the transload sponsors can do the engineering for the access for the cold storage developer. So it's a synergy that's developing, and we're glad we got a chance to go to that conference to do that, as well as meet with some key critical customers that we've been working on for the last year, and have made good inroads there, where the cold storage folks are going to also want to provide handling and some processing services for the ag processors. We also met with the folks from Power County's Economic Development Organization, Great Rift, because after all, the airport is in Power County. So we want to make sure we have that connection and that relationship cemented. And then one of our board members attended as well. But also last week, about a week and a half ago to 2.5 weeks ago, we met with folks from Idaho Commerce, Labor, College of Technology, Idaho Agriculture, representatives from the PDA, as well as the city about this cold storage project. So went over most of what we've talked about here, but we've got the lease pretty much finalized for the cold storage project. We're working on incentives with the agencies I just talked about, and we also been working pretty strongly with the transload development people as well. Transload project, as I mentioned, will provide the support to a unit train, which will have containerized freight that would come from Pocatello and go to the West Coast. And this is something that both cold storage and this transload developer identified Pocatello as being the best site in Idaho to collect that freight, containerize it, and then send it west. And so, and that's about 2/3 of the state that we're looking at serving. So, we're working with growers, processors, and producers, and these facilities will launch them, as well as industries, into foreign markets, as well as more efficiently serve U.S. destinations. And the transload project actually started with a retention and expansion visit with one of our companies. And they will be able to save dollars the way I just described with top pay, but this company is also looking at doing a pretty major expansion. And this facility will help support that expansion, along with the assistance that the city can help provide them with cutting their costs. And so they and another business are actually going to anchor this unit train. So this project actually has become kind of regional. As I mentioned, this has become an open process. The transload facility developer wanted us to introduce them to all the economic development agencies from Rexburg all the way past Hagerman. And we've done that. They also wanted to meet the mayors there, and Mayor Blatt has helped us with doing that as well. And they want to do that so they can network and make sure they're covering all the bases with these food and ag processors and industries. And so we've done that, but that's in addition to the database that we developed for them. They had all of the food processors, all of the cold storage people, all the trucking companies, and all of the growers and shippers that are in 2/3 of the state. So we're covering all the ground to make sure we pick up all the customers that we can. And the transload developer will follow up with that. So as we develop the customer base, the design work has started on that. And we're probably going to see some more development on that yet this year with the design and the plans for the transload facility. The cold storage facility actually is going to be making requests for incentives and requests for assistance. We'll be talking to the PDA next week. So some of our other prospects, in addition to these on the screen, we've been talking with ON Semiconductor, had a couple of meetings with them this summer regarding supply chain recruitment. We always want to try to expand our footprint for our existing companies, try to get suppliers in, not just to have more jobs, but also to support their manufacturing cycles and shorten those. What we've been getting from working and talking with the folks at ON Semiconductor is partnerships with ISU, potential startup ventures, other employers to share critical infrastructure, as well as recruiting those industry suppliers. On the screen, some of our leading prospects right now are working with a steel fabricator that's looking for sites in the community, and that'll have an impact of 200 plus jobs in the community. We're working with 3 firearms manufacturers, trying to get them to a point where they're ready to do some kind of expansion, one that Rick forwarded to us, and we'll see what the responses are for those. We're working with 6 leads from Select USA. We're going to coordinate with Commerce for the second round of outreach. These are companies that said, yeah, we're interested in Idaho. We're planning on making a visit, so we're going to nudge that along and see if we can't schedule that visit. And 4 of those 6 companies are in fields like automation and controls, steel fabrication, pharmaceuticals, and heavy equipment. So we're looking at advanced to high-tech manufacturing. And just some of the sales efforts that we've completed here so far this year, and some of the tracking that we've done on leads that were responded to. And then our housing study team has continued to monitor what the FBI is doing and try to get as much information as possible that they can release that we can take to our developers. We're having a meeting next week. And so we're monitoring the schedule that they have. Looking probably at next summer for the main waves of employees to come in. But they continue to bring in about 10 people every year. And so we're working with housing developers and moreover the contractors, talking to them to build more houses. And one of those contractors, Gateway Builders, is looking at having about 50 homes developed or built come September, the end of September, as well as 24 apartments. So they're responding to the call that we've made, and they've been on our committee. We're also looking at developing a housing development website, just to put some of these developments that are being announced and that are coming online, and get them on our website, get them out there so the public can see that, so that potential employers can see that, so that they can see there's activity going on and development happening to support their housing needs, because a lot of our local employers have those as well. And so the FBI is pretty happy with the activity that they're seeing, and they're able to show that to Washington, D.C., that yes, the community is responding, yes, housing is being developed.
What's your time frame on that housing website?
I think we're looking at probably 3 months, 2 to 3 months. We can get it done a little sooner if everybody's got their websites, all these different developers, but I don't think they all have websites, because some of them are just getting their plans approved by the pertinent city councils and planning commissions.
Where is the Gateway Developers building? Where are they? Where are the Gateway Developers building?
I'd have to pull all those addresses up for you.
Okay.
Yeah, I think they've got some going on in Chubbuck, in some here. I think there's some in Pocatello too, but I'd have to pull the addresses. But once we get the website up, we'll know.
Okay.
And we're not going to try to list specific homes that are for sale on this. We're just going to introduce people to the developments so they know there's activity. So your FET, just a quick announcement on that. We concluded that earlier this summer, but we're going to look at doing 4 of those expos every year, rather than try to tackle 9 events, because it gets to be a lot when you ask the folks from companies as well as from the College of Technology to take 9 days or 9 evenings out of the summer or the early summer and spring to get out and do these events and spend 2 or 3 hours. So we're going to cut that back and try to ration it a little better. So anyways, once again, thank you for your support, and look forward to more collaborations, and I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Questions? Doing a great job, John. Thank you. Appreciate you. We'll move to agenda item number 8, police union update. Members of the Pocatello Police Union will be present to give an update of police union activities. Yeah, so that figured. I will get through these because the next couple of minutes.
Hello.
Hi there.
I'm Akila Lacey. I'm the vice president for FOP Lodge number 13. Other members of the lodge couldn't make it. Some of them are working night shift and others are at training. So I'm off work right now, so I can come to represent us.
You're the designated person to lose sleep, right?
So yes, I'm here to save it. So thanks for your time. A couple of things of positivity to talk about is our union has done a pretty good job of helping out local members in the community suffering tragic loss. We've donated financially and physically to help them. Something that our department has changed is our mission statement as far as community commitment. And so we, as a union, have taken that upon ourselves to try to fight and pursue that mission. Several officers and members of the union coach. Others have helped outside within their church ranks and just in general. We, as our shifts have been short due to manpower issues, but we have made a commitment to be at community events, regardless of call volume. We show up, even if we gotta leave real quick, we still show up to try to make our presence known and interact with the community, and it's been a testament to our commitment to the community. Some things going on nationwide. According to the National FOP, there's a police officer shot in this country every 28 hours. There have been 209 police officers shot in the line of duty. 34 have lost their lives. The violence against officers has been on the rise in this country, and we are preparing to face that in our community. We are doing whatever we can to better train our officers in the department, but also just the idea of how we carry ourselves and what we do to interact with the community so that we have the support. Something that I think that we have found in recent time is that our community supports us a lot, and we are very spoiled and fortunate and blessed in every positive word I can think of to serve here because of their support of us, and we really appreciate that. The dangers of our job have added to the difficulty to recruiting. It's a little bit nerve-wracking to be a police officer. And so we're trying to figure out a way to continue to maintain our quality in recruiting along with our new chief, as well as just within our department ranks. So far, there have been several veteran officers that have left for other agencies or have gone to the INL site for security. Seeing as how we are a pretty well-trained group, we have been recruited by other people, and some have jumped. Currently, we have 4 recruits at the ISU Academy. 3 are entering the field training program. I believe 1 has already done the field training program, just the way the dates lined up. And so she is now at the academy, and she'll come back, probably do her a little bit of a refresher, but she'll be ready to be on the street afterwards. We have been training new officers consistently, and we are currently in the process of recruiting and training. Some things about basically our job in general right now. This paper that I'm looking at was written, I think, 4 or 5 days ago, if not a little bit longer, where we were actually meeting and planning for this call. So my stats could be old, but they are accurate. We are currently at 18,134 calls of service. Since the beginning of the year, we've responded to 2,132 welfare checks. The total amount of welfare checks in the year of 2018 were 2,864. We are going to probably surpass that pretty quickly. We continue to take a high volume of welfare checks due to the mental health issues, a lot of drug issues, and just financial things that people are facing in their lives. Our officers have done a very good job of handling those things. We've done it with a very low use of force rate in being able to subdue the subjects if they're trying to harm themselves. Has there been use of force? Yes, but as far as it being something that makes national news or something that's outside the lines of somebody's civil rights, we have not done those things. And so, and that's a testament to how professional our officers are and the pride we take in our jobs. We've also responded to 1,418 disturbances. These range from your bar fights to domestic situations throughout the city. Something that should be noted is that a lot of the stuff that we respond to does not make the news. The reason is because maybe a victim doesn't want to pursue charges, or just something happens, or it doesn't meet the court docket, so the news doesn't seek those out or search those things out, and it does not make the public. So we are dealing with a little bit of violent crime in town, and we're doing the best we can to handle those. This one's kind of, this was added by another member of our union board, and when I got the notes to present today, it kind of touched home to me because it said we have responded to 198 child protection calls, and that is probably the hardest thing that we face between child custody and child protection. To me, I mean, I know I'm probably speaking more personally versus as a representing the union, but the child protection situations have been fairly serious as far as kids being abused, kids even being left. Just recently we had a young child that was found wandering in the streets on the west side for a long time throughout the night, and there was, when I was not at work, but when I read the shift synopsis, we still hadn't found the mother or the parents. And so those are the kind of things that we're facing. And some of those is there's a thing called imminent danger, where we're actually removing children from the home, which is probably the hardest thing that you could do in our job, is to take a child from their parents due to them being unsafe. But it's something that we have to deal with. As far as recruiting and maintaining professional staff department, it's just paramount to upholding our department mission, the new one of community commitment. We're just doing whatever we can to keep and obtain good officers in order to take pride in being here in Pocatello, that appreciate it outside of just our job. It is a great place to live and a great place to work. This year we're looking to continue with our administration and with you in order to get ahead of the trend of our officers leaving, as well as just get ahead of the trend of being prepared for any kind of catastrophe. I mean, obviously we don't ever want to think of negative things happening, but negative things happen in our world, and I know I'm in a professional setting, but it sucks, and we don't want to be a part of it. We want to be prepared for it, and we are doing that with multiple officers being involved in alert training and things like that. And to end kind of on a positive note, during the holiday season, we do have several community service projects that we do. My favorite that I like to share throughout the community is our officer. I haven't gone through puberty yet, so this was like 3 weeks of growing a beard, but our officers are allowed to have goatees right now per policy. During several months, the union has agreed that we are not allowed to have beards unless you pay a certain amount of money in order. I pay money, but I don't grow a beard because, as you can see, this takes 3 weeks and I look like a teenager. So, but the best part about it is that once that money is raised, it goes to a Secret Santa program. That Secret Santa program picks, we team up with not only our own employees that know people that are in need, but we also team up with the school district that they find kids or families that are in need for presents. One of the things that's so touching is that their list. We have a format that we have developed. We get their list of presents, and sometimes their presents range from toilet paper to combs and toothbrushes. So it's really fun for us to buy that stuff, but then go get the remote control cars and bikes and stuff too, you know. And so we take pride in those kind of things, and those things have been very well for us, and that's what's coming in the future. That's all I got. If you have questions, I'm ready to
Questions?
Keely, do you think that some of the past careers have changed a lot? Everybody's careers changed. Do you think that some of the police officers can't deal with the stress that comes to you? You know, it used to be a little bit more cut and dried, and it's so varied now, and there are different situations that can get under your skin. Like if they go to INL, they're probably not going to have to deal with too many domestic situations.
Right.
They're going to be in security, you know.
Right.
It's just a far less stressed situation. Do you think there may be some people that are...
Right. That is definitely a factor. I do know that the latest member going to INL strictly left for financial reasons. It was just a better paying job. I think that as a union, we try to combat that, the mental anguish of our job with the mental health, the mandatory counseling, and we increased our counseling meetings and stuff like that. So I think that stuff is definitely a factor, but I think that we are combating that. I will say that it's not, just like jobs have changed, I think people have changed too. Like, I don't have to pretend to be this big, burly, tough guy to be a police officer. Like, if something bothers me, like the 198 child protection calls bothers me, I can share that with my chief, my boss, my coworkers, and hey, this really bothered me. So I think that stuff has changed. But that does definitely play a part in the decision of what you're going to do for work.
But so you all have been fairly successful in reducing the stigma associated with, you know, that you're able to talk about those struggles.
Yes, everybody needs help.
And I know that was a real focus in the department to allow people to feel comfortable about doing that and seeking help or being able to just talk about it.
Yes.
And not be stigmatized for that.
Yes, mental health is a big issue for everyone, and I think that we see it obviously in police officers as well, especially with the stuff that we see. We unveil a curtain that shows some stuff in our society that, you know, I'd prefer to forget about. But there are things that we are doing to combat that, and we're just trying to make sure that we maintain that.
Does that counseling provide for spousal counseling too?
Yes.
Because I think you probably have to not carry that home, but they need to share in something that's going on with you.
Yes, there is definitely. It definitely takes a village to be a police officer. As far as wives or significant others or family, friends, children. Even my kids, struggle sometimes when I'm not really excited to go to the fair because there's just a lot of people. There's a lot of people. But I think that yes, the way that we have set up that program, it does allow for our children, our family, to be involved in the family counseling session if we need it, and it's been very, very good for us.
Good. Other questions? I have a quick question. You mentioned you get to grow a beard and you pay some money for it, and you have a big Secret Santa thing. You always, the union always supports a number of families, and it's not just a few gifts here and there. It's the tree, the lights, the washers and dryers, it's refrigerators, it's things that they really truly need. It's a big deal.
Yeah.
How many families were you able to help last year? Do you remember?
I don't, but I know it's in the teens.
I know that we have pickup after pickup. We spend a day wrapping presents, and 2 or 3 or 4 pickups go out and deliver gifts and things to families.
And there's sometimes that we're not even directly involved because, maybe it's a personal issue where they don't want the help. So like maybe a family member will come and get it from us. Yeah. And so there's a lot of families that we might not physically interact with, but financially we provided it, wrapped it, and then, yep, it's not from, it just, Santa brought it, so.
It's incredible.
Yeah.
You do a great job. We appreciate you. Thank you.
Yeah, no problem.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay, with that, we are going to take a break for a few minutes before we start with agenda item number 9. Thank you very much for joining us after the break. We will go ahead and continue with agenda item number 9. It's proposed September fiscal year 2019 budget amendments. Finance Department staff will present to Council detailed information on proposed fiscal year 2019 September budget amendments for the public hearing to be held on September 19, 2019. Ashley.
Good morning, Mayor and Council. Ashley Welsh, Deputy CFO. We're going to go through the budget amendments for this next council meeting. There are 16 amendments affecting 8 funds. And because this was kind of later in the year, it's a little bit backwards. So the notice for public hearing were sent out September 5th and the 11th, so yesterday. So they've already been posted in the paper, but we're going to go over them in detail. So if you have any questions, we can be prepared for the meeting next week. So yeah, the amendment public hearing will be next week, and then the ordinance consideration will also be at the end of the meeting. General fund amendments, the total is $4,542,207. I'm going to go over the detail for these. The building department, we did a budget amendment last time for retirement that wasn't budgeted for. When I was going through, there was actually a typo, and so I missed 6,000 of that, so I'm just adding it in here to kind of clean that up. So, yeah. It was like a 3.3 and the other one was a 3.9, so I'm just fixing that. Engineering department, they received some additional money for some sale of surplus property, so they want to transfer that money into Fund 78 for future capital needs. And then the transfer for the Hillview settlement, the $4,500,000, it's going to come from non-departmental. We're going to transfer reserves into a separate, like a trust fund, to be used for that purpose. So you'll probably be seeing another budget amendment in December to be able to expend that money because we're just moving it into a fund for safekeeping for now. Police department, they received reimbursement for overtime for election security. So they just want to make sure that is, they increase their overtime for doing that. They also received a settlement agreement, and so they're gonna use $345 to purchase supplies. They received donations for $2,580 for the K-9 unit, so they're gonna use that to purchase K-9 unit supplies. They also received proceeds from the sale of property of $838, and that's gonna be used for SWAT training. And then ICRIMP reimbursed the police department $22,295 for a patrol vehicle that was totaled. So they're just asking for the authority to replace that vehicle. The other fund amendments total $248,867. We'll go over the detail of those. The street fund was reimbursed from ITD, $19,376 for asphalt for the Gould Street Railroad crossing. So they've already spent that. This is just giving them additional authority because it was covered by ITD. So they had additional revenue. Library received an award for STEM program participation, and they want to use that to purchase STEM programming supplies. And they are going to be using $40,000 in reserves to repair and restore the brickwork outside of the library. The Transit Urban Fund, the shelter right across the street, the bus stop right across the street, they're gonna add a shelter to it, which will be covered by grant funds and already existing city match. So there's no cost to the city. It's gonna be covered 100%. Science and Environment received a grant from Idaho Fish and Game. They're gonna use it for a watershed fence project. And then utility billing, the WaterSmart software is already going, but I found this budget amendment was supposed to be done in December, so I'm just bringing it forward because it's already been paid for. They were using reserves for that, so we just need to make sure that they have the authority for that $46,700. And then the Hawthorne and Quinn project right-of-way phase, $100,000. That's going to be used, reserves out of the Street Federal Aid Projects Fund. And then the police grant fund, we received additional grant funding than we had budgeted for. So we're going to use that to purchase other general supplies for $1,791. So this slide just shows the totals by fund. Most of the totals in that general fund, it's mostly that $4,500,000 for the settlement. The rest of them are pretty small. So we will do the public hearing on the 19th, and there will be no action after the public hearing. And then at the end of the meeting during the ordinance section, council will vote to approve that ordinance. Are there any questions about any of those?
Could you just give us more detail on what are the general supplies, that very last one you just... I was just curious, like what types of...
I'm trying to remember what the burn grant uses. Hold on.
That's the burn grant?
It's the burn grant.
we had that.
So we had that last week. That's the burn grant that they've got. So that that's for radar.
Radars. That's
Okay.
right. Okay.
All right, thank you.
Yeah, sorry.
So Ashley, a lot of these are just bookkeeping things in and out. Like the patrol vehicle, it gets parked one place, and to get it back to the police department, we've got to rebudget it, so to speak.
Right. So they're kind of, most of these are replacement of authority because we had received money, but the project needed
It
to
comes
get
into
done.
this pot, and now we got to distribute
Yeah.
it back to the rightful place.
That's
Okay.
what the majority of them are, except for that $4.5 million. So that's where most of the amendments are. Are there any other questions?
Questions? No, pretty self-explanatory. Thank you.
Yep.
Then we will move to agenda item number 10, electronic timekeeping update and policy development. Human Resources and Finance staff will give an update on the status of the Time Clock Plus. The update will include proposed implementation and policy development, including time entry methods and processes.
Hello, Heather Buchanan, Human Resources Director.
Ashley Welsh, Deputy CFO.
Sorry, you're going to see a lot of the two of us for a few minutes. So we have started the implementation of the electronic timekeeping system that Council has graciously budgeted for us. We're here to talk about some very high-level items that we need to actually continue on with the implementation. We had a 30-minute meeting the other day to schedule 32 hours of meetings, so this is kind of a point we need so we can actually attend those meetings. So the four big areas that we're going to talk about is non-exempt employee time entry and processing, exempt employee time entry, how we're going to round or not round when employees clock in and out, and then how we're going to handle paid and then non-paid breaks. So this is just a general reminder, we're not asking for a decision on this slide. Non-exempt employees, there are multiple methods, and a lot of those will be decisions by department heads that fall within the guidance that we have. We will have the ability to use time clocks in some of our facilities. There will be a computer login option where you actually go in through your computer, and the other is a mobile app that the person can use from their phone. No decision, just a reminder. This is our first big decision, and I know it's one that Council has expressed interest in weighing in on, so here we are. How do we want to handle exempt employees' time entry into the system? There's a couple recommendations. There's a couple options. Our recommendation will be exception time reporting only for exempts. So your salaried employees, the only time they would need to go into the system is if they were working outside their normal schedule. The other option would be just a regular clock in and clock out. We gave this presentation to department heads and admins yesterday, and we wanted to make sure everyone understood what exception time reporting is, so I went ahead and built that slide in. So right now when we code our time, 01 is irregular hours. Exempts would not need to enter their regular time. They would need to enter sick leave, vacation, comp. They still have the ability to project and cost code. That doesn't prohibit that. And it is our recommendation based on our conversations with the company we're using, Time Clock Plus, and among research with other local and state agencies. I sent out a thing to all the HR directors. I got a whopping 8 or 9 responses back. It's a busy time of year with the budget end, and 6 of those are, a few more than 6 of those are using exception time reporting. 2 that reported back. 1 is doing what we currently do on paper timesheets. The other, they're in the process of implementing new software, so they don't really have a defined policy either.
So really, they would be reporting if they had a sick day, if they have a vacation day, a floating holiday
That's correct.
type of a thing. Makes sense to me.
I think that would be clocking in and out. It's the only way you make people accountable, even at the exempt employee level.
I think at ISU, faculty we did exception time reporting where we
So do their exempt staff.
just only put in if we had a sick day or something, and we didn't seem to have any problems with that or abuses of that. I think on salaried employees, I'm good with going with exception time reporting.
And we had talked about if you had an issue with an exempt employee that you felt like maybe they were not working what they were supposed to be, you could require that person as a department head to clock in and out even if they are exempt. We're just saying this is our recommendation as a whole, but the department head does have the option to do that if they feel they need to.
Wouldn't it be easier to just require it from everyone, and then if you have a potential problem, then somebody doesn't feel singled out?
So a lot of problem, I'm going to use myself as an example. A lot of the research I do for work, I do from home. I go home and I feed my kids dinner and I help with homework, and then I spend 3 hours researching topics. I don't write those hours down for the city. So a lot of that becomes with the constraints. Are you talking about just in office hours, or are you talking about any time they're working? I mean, the further out, the bigger you make this, the more decisions we have to make that are going to be minute policy that then has to be enforced.
I think it gets into micromanaging, because when you have salaried employees, it's kind of like with faculty, you do a lot of your work at home or on the weekends or at different times. It's not as structured. And to the idea of clocking in and out is just really complicated. I don't know how you would even do that with certain positions.
It'd be easy. You sign on the online system, and I've done it in the past. It's easy.
So the point of the time clocks when we pitched the project was to make ease of administration, and was also to make sure we're paying employees for the hours that they're working. Exempt employees will receive no additional pay for those hours that they're logging. So I guess my question is, what is the purpose other than not trusting that your exempt employees are not working their 40?
I think it kind of sends a message that you're not trusting that they're doing their jobs. Most employees who are salaried put in a lot more time than what they're paid for. So it's not like you're not getting the work out of them. I think we need to trust that they're doing their jobs. I don't know that counting their minutes that they're not going to get paid more for anyway.
Trust but verify.
And I don't think that Councilman Cheatham or myself are suggesting that any of our current employees do have a problem with that, and that we have the need to not trust them, but we don't know what could happen in the future potentially. So maybe if we did run into a situation, that's the only reason I'm bringing it up, is if you felt like you would want it for that, but I guess you don't think that that's...
This was the one item that council was very clear they wanted to give guidance on, so that's why we're sitting here.
And I think we had a conversation a long time ago about another policy change, and we talked about not making policy geared towards, you know, the few bad apples, the couple of people that might abuse it, that you gear the policy towards the majority of people who are doing the right thing. And I don't think that we have to micromanage and check up on all of our employees. I think most of them are doing their jobs, they're working hard, and they're not going to get paid more for that time. I mean, I understand accounting for every hour spent of a person who's not on salary. If they're getting paid by the hour, then of course you need to know what those hours are. But with salaried employees, that seems really like micromanaging and not trusting.
If I remember right, one of the things that we were doing with this was mainly for the hourly employees because there's the interface that goes and cuts down a huge amount of paper trail work. And so the convenience of this is primarily for hourly employees. And I really think that there is a supervision level for department heads that is aware whether they're putting in their hours or not. And it allows the supervisor, ultimately the mayor, to say, hey, I'm going to need you to be clocking in because I haven't seen you enough and I haven't seen the results enough to know that we're getting all that we should be getting out of you. So prove it to me now. You know, I mean, it gets to that point. But I really think that we don't need to micromanage department heads, salaried people, because they're already busy enough. They don't need one more detail in their life, even if it's just clocking in and out on a cell phone, because they could be doing that 15 times a day.
But if you have an expectation of hourly employees, you manage that expectation by leadership, and that's by doing the same thing you expect of them.
I don't disagree with that, but I also think it's a tedious thing too.
It's not though. This is so simple to do.
It doesn't seem like it would be that hard to
It's
me.
not.
And maybe if somebody that was at the meeting yesterday wants to wave their hand and tell me if they disagree.
Make a
but
comment?
I would love to hear your
I get up
comment.
in the morning, Chris Sorensen, CIO. I get up in the morning, first thing I do is I check my email, which includes city email. When I go to bed, I check my city email. All day long when I'm not here, my city email is coming into my phone. I am checking it on and off. Every time I do that, I would have to, before I check my email, I need to clock in, check my email, clock out.
Is that the only email you're checking, city email?
No, I check my personal email too.
And that isn't work.
No. But I'm saying I'm getting work email from beginning to end, and sometimes even when I'm asleep. If I'm checking that email under this premise that you want me clocking in every time I'm working or not working, I'm having to clock in. I'm driving down the freeway. I'm thinking about a project. I'm working through details and everything because I'm a salaried employee. I'm supposed to be thinking these things. If I'm plotting and figuring out how I'm going to handle an incident at work or something, I'm actually working at that time.
Or like Heather said, if you're doing research and you might be looking up something personal online, but then that triggers an idea and you think of, oh, that would work for this project, and you start doing research. That exactly what you're saying, even with the email about whether it's personal or work, it's not always easy to separate those things. You are working, but then for a moment you're not, but then you are, and then you're not. I mean, that's the difficulty.
And as much as I hate to say it, if I'm on vacation, and I definitely for my non-exempt employees, I tell them when you're on vacation, you leave work behind. I don't expect you to check your email or do anything. But when I'm on vacation, I'm constantly seeing these emails flowing through. So do I take myself off vacation and put myself into a work mode? We don't, because under the definition of an exempt employee, that's all covered under this big umbrella that you're sort of working 24/7. I'll tell you another organization, the DOD civilians that are in the exempt category report by exception. That's a huge populace. So, I mean, it's not us, but it adds to the list of organizations that don't do anything but exception reporting for exempt employees.
Well, and higher education is another one because you're almost working 24/7. It's very hard to separate.
I guess I kind of see the department heads as the entrepreneur in the department. They got to make it work, and they're going to work a lot of time outside the office. They're going to do the interfaces. They're going to make calls that they probably, think about it. I need you to check out this project. So you clock in, make your call, clock out after you make your call. And I just think it gets too tedious for that type of manager. And, you know, most entrepreneurs don't keep a time clock on themselves because they know they're putting in their time.
Do you want to ponder on this one until I get my last slide of we need a decision and we can talk about the next fun topic?
I think we're okay to decide this right now and move on.
Okay.
Do we need a motion for this one?
Go ahead and make one, Bina.
I move that we go with the recommendation and just only do for
Exception.
do the exception reporting. Yes. Second. Sorry.
We have a motion by Manon and a second by Lyric. Ruth, could you please call the roll?
So as recommended. Okay. All right. Manon?
Yes.
Laura?
Yes.
Adamson?
Just my quick comment. My first inclination was to say it wouldn't be a big deal to clock in, but I don't feel strongly enough about it that I'm gonna make a big stink. So I'll support the recommendation and vote yes.
Okay. Greg?
Yes.
Cheetah?
No.
Okay, thank you.
All right, this is Ashley's.
Okay, we're gonna move on to rounding. So we're trying to determine how time is rounded when an hourly employee clocks in and out. So we're gonna look at rounding at 15 minutes, 5 minutes, or exact time processing. So option 1 is our recommendation, rounding at 15-minute intervals. So if you clock in 8 minutes, at 8 minutes after, it'll go up to 15, 7 minutes will go down to the 0. So we have some examples. It won't affect their time entry, so the manager could go in there and see exactly what time. It just affects how it's paid out, if that makes sense. So you can see if you arrived at 8:07, you would be paid as of 8 o'clock. If you clocked in at 8:09, you would be paid starting at 8:15. But the system will show those exact times in there. And so if you, and then again, if you leave at 5:03, you would be paid as if you left at 5 o'clock. 4:53, you would also be paid as of 5 o'clock. So let's see, out of 10,
But if you got here at 8:09 and left at 5:09, you'd still get your timing.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. So the 15-minute rounding, we're recommending it because it is the standard option for Time Clock Plus clients, and only one group does not use this.
The center on the end of here, I can already tell.
Okay, so 5-minute rounding, we would go up at 3 minutes, down at 2. So this just kind of brings the 15 minutes down to a little bit closer. So you can see that example, it's exactly the same as the 15-minute, the times are just a little bit different. Then we also have exact time processing. So we have some examples. If you clocked in a minute early, you went to lunch, you clocked in, so you clocked out for lunch and then back in, you could basically end up with 8 hours and 7 minutes. I don't want to go through the whole thing. And then another example would be that you clocked in a little bit late and you didn't make up that time. So you would be 7 hours and 54 minutes. So let's say every other day you worked 8 hours, but that one day you were 6 minutes short. So for processing, you would have to go in there and enter 6 minutes of vacation. 6 minutes. Or if it came through and you signed off on it, the manager would have to be the one to make sure that the time was at that 8 hours. So that's the exact time processing. So we are just looking for a recommendation on which rounding you would like us to use for the system.
I got a question.
Yeah.
If you use this exact time, then they have to enter vacation. How about the other ones? I mean, you could come in at 8:15 and leave at 5. It looks like you'd have to enter vacation there.
You would, yep. And that's right.
This is just going to be much more little pieces of vacation and time floating around.
Okay, so
3 minutes of overtime pay, for example.
But you'll be amazed how often people manage that themselves. They will make that up as they go. They know exactly after time where they're at in the course of a week.
I want to be clear, though, when we go to this site, we don't want employees showing up at 10 after 8 because we open the doors at 8 and staying until 10 after 5 so they get their hours. I mean,
There will still be the standards of when you should be in your office. The pay does not exclude the person from the city's corrective action process to say you have to be at work at 8.
yeah.
Which is why you can still see the time in the exact spot.
I'm not interested in, I worked 8 hours. I'm interested I was on time.
that's a management issue.
But if we tie this to, well, you have to have 8 hours a day,
Well, I see what you're saying.
then I just, and not that that would happen, I'm just saying I don't want to get into that mess, so.
Probably the vacation time thing keeps you from getting in that mess.
Probably. Maybe.
Is it too much to be exact?
It can be done very easily in the system. It's just a preference of how you would like us to handle that.
What does that do to finance when you're,
Yeah.
If there's an exception, if it doesn't, I mean, we're hoping to put things in place so that by the time it gets to payroll, there's not going to be any exceptions. That's what we're hoping for. But if the employee signs off and the manager signs off on it, we have to get a hold of them and say, hey, you know, this person is this amount of time short. We're going to use, will you either look over their time clock, or will you let us know if you want us to use vacation, or did they leave sick? I mean, we have to make sure we have the right time entered in for them if they kind of skip over those warnings that are given to them before they sign off on it. We have to do it now. So it seems like every payroll, we're having to call a department saying, hey, this person is short this many hours. What was supposed to be on there? But we're hoping that the things we can put in place within this system will help with that processing time.
That should fall back on the supervisor before
Yes.
they approve it.
Yep.
yeah.
Yeah, so we put, like, if I were to sign off on my timesheet and say, yes, I approve this, but I'm 10 minutes short, it gives me an error. And it will give the manager an error also. But if for some reason those timesheets didn't get signed off on, we still have to process payroll. So it's gonna come to the finance department at that time.
Okay. Thoughts? 5 minute or the 15 minute?
We need a dartboard just for that.
I move that we approve the 15-minute interval rounding that's recommended.
I'll second that.
I was going to say, can you explain that one more time, the 15-minute rounding? Their days are calculated, their hours and everything, and balanced out at the end, right?
For general employees, so non-fire sworn, non-police sworn, we run a 40-hour FLSA cycle. So they have to have 40 hours within that work week before they're eligible for overtime.
Okay.
So we could check you check it on a weekly basis.
Okay.
So at the end of week one, if they were over, then they would get overtime. If they were short on the next week, they're still eligible for overtime the previous week. So they're going to be paid. We're going to round their pay, so they don't have to use such minute accruals.
Okay.
But the swipes are still there. This is just to kind of, I don't want to say speed, because the processing's done in the system. It's going to be the same speed.
Right.
But for the human mind, it makes it easier to track.
Okay. Thank you.
Did we get a second on that?
We did.
Yeah, I did.
We did. So we have a motion by Lyric and a second by Bray. Is there any other discussion? I'll weigh in a little bit on it, Council. I like both of them, and I understand both of them. I kind of like the exact timing because, though I think it creates more problems in finance, or possibly creates more issues in finance. But I kind of like that a little bit more than the 15-minute. But
I like the exact time also. I think it keeps people honest. And I've worked with the other system, and you have people constantly complaining that they're not being paid for what they did because they don't fully understand how it works at both ends. I'm here, and gosh, it rounded up to 15, and I was here at 9 minutes after. You got 6 free minutes out of me. And it created a lot of hardship, or a lot of, not hardship, a lot of angst.
So, anyway. All right. Then we have a motion by Lyric and a second by Bray
For the recommended rounding of 15 minutes?
for the recommended rounding of 15 minutes.
Okay.
Ruth, would you please call the roll?
Yes, sir. Laura?
Yes.
Ray?
Yes.
Adamson?
I think I'm going to be in camp exact, so no.
We got camps now. I like it.
Rita?
No.
Renan?
That's your luck being last.
Oh my gosh. I was actually leaning towards exact time, unfortunately. Sorry, Ashley, you're gonna hate me.
No.
So no.
Welcome to the camp.
Okay, welcome to the camp. I hope somebody's got
Like, I'm
feelings
over here.
on. Okay, so do I have another motion?
I'd move we use exact time processing.
Second.
So we have a motion by Cheatham and a second by Adamson. Ruth, could you please call the roll?
I'm wondering if we're hurting ourselves more because we're doing the minutia of vacation more so here, I think. Because it's, I think we're getting into more of a high dollar dealing with this than we would be the other way. That's all I'm gonna.
I want to see what is the most fair way, right? Exact time seems like the most fair way, no? In terms of you come in, you go out, clock in, clock out.
What it is,
we're not,
yeah.
no one's like cutting anyone's pay based on that. It's just, you're there for your work and you leave when you're supposed to leave.
When I used to do time clock years and years ago, major business, they rounded it in 6-minute intervals. So if you got there like at 8:05, you actually got moved because they divided an hour into tenths. and so, those time clocks worked on tenths. And so if you stayed over, if you were long enough, you got a tenth. and I just think that it's easier on the payroll people not to get down to 7 minutes or 6 minutes of vacation time.
So I don't want to put you on the spot, but I do have a question. Which one do you think is most equitable for all parties involved? The company and
He was looking at you, and then he's looking at me.
It's a bookkeeping ask.
I mean,
What is a fair,
we're
right?
trying to weigh the employee and the company at the same balance here.
Administration isn't going to be more burdensome in one area than the other. That's why we have the system.
Okay, you didn't answer my question.
I'm trying out my
trying to be political here, and you did a great job at it, but what's the real answer?
Honestly, the fairest way is to do exact time because you're getting paid for when you're here. I mean, if you come in 7 minutes late, you shouldn't be paid for those 7 minutes. I know it's 7 minutes and you're getting, kind of nitpicky, but. And if you're here early and you decide to clock in early, you should get paid for that. If you're here and ready to work and sitting at your workstation, you should be paid.
Yeah.
But I mean, it is a little bit of a processing nightmare. But we're hoping to be able to get everybody enough training that, when they go to sign off on their timesheet, they can hurry and add that.
And quite frankly, I mean, department heads and supervisors should be able to, if you have somebody that is here early and they show up and they clock in and then they pick up the newspaper and read it until 8 o'clock, the supervisor should be able to mitigate that and have those discussions.
Much more robust with reporting. Departments heads can pull on demand reports to see when people are clocking in and out. They can see missed clock in and outs. They can access all of that without going through anybody else, HR or payroll, to get that data.
Thank you for that clarification.
Any other questions? Any other comments? Okay. Ruth, we have a motion by Cheatham and a second by Adamson. Would you please call the roll?
And this is for the exact time
This is,
process.
yes, the exact time process.
It moves it somewhere. Okay. Cheetah?
Yes.
Adamson?
Yes.
Briggs?
Yes.
Flores?
No.
Manon?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Next
Sorry,
slide,
We're not
please.
done. All right, we need to talk about breaks now. So we have two types of breaks. We have paid breaks and unpaid breaks. Paid breaks is that 15 minutes you take about once every 4 hours, step away, a little bit of mental health or maybe walking.
Or workers' comp.
Paid breaks, we can either have them recorded or not recorded in the system. We are recommending to not record this short duration of time. So they wouldn't clock in and out when they take that quick break.
That's reasonable.
Yeah.
Okay. Lunch breaks. We come with 3 options on that one. The first one is, and our recommendation is that hourly employees will clock in and out for their lunch hours. The second option on that is no recording and just preloading everybody with the amount of time that they take for lunch based on department and position. And the third, no recording at all, we just deduct. And then the third is we preload the hours, so everyone in finance takes an hour lunch, we automatically load that into their schedule. So the system logs them in and out for it.
That probably makes life easier, right, for the individual?
The problem
Preload
with
it?
the preloaded, and it will work, especially in a lot of our satellite departments. I know sanitation, they usually have a 30-minute lunch, but they're usually sitting in a truck somewhere.
Yeah.
It's a little harder for them to clock in and out. Not all of them have mobile devices. But anyone that's in an office setting, they usually have an hour lunch. They're not a field position. It's pretty easy for them to clock in and out.
These recommendations make sense to me, so I don't know if anybody else feels differently, but I would lump together and say that we accept both recommendations.
Is that a motion?
Yeah, that's a motion.
Second.
Okay, Adamson, Cheatham, and I just want to be clear, the motion is for the paid breaks, option 1 recommendation, and option 1 recommendation on both slides.
Yep.
Okay. Any comments on that?
One question, just to clarify. You mentioned for some people it's difficult to record or to clock in and out if they're out in the field or something like. How would they do it?
So for example, I know sanitation doesn't come back to the shop to eat lunch. A lot of them are also don't have mobile devices in their vehicles that they could use. So they would have to basically manually remember that and then clock it in and out when they came back at the end of the day. We would, in those situations, likely preload that 30-minute lunch in their schedule.
I was going to say, could you, make it specific to the department? Okay.
And then it'd be up to the supervisor to kind of say, was that truck parked for 45 minutes or an hour? Was
So
it?
the employee still has to say, yes, my time is right, and submit it, and the manager still has to approve it before it goes for processing.
But certain employees like that would actually be option 3.
It would be a customization in the system based on department needs, not the default that's loaded.
Okay.
See, sanitation has we're using the sanitation department as an example here, but they are on a very tight schedule anyway. They have to pick up the garbage timely, they have to have the break quickly, and then they have to get it back out there because you don't want to leave a load of garbage in the truck overnight. And so they really truly are on a tight time frame anyway. You're probably not going to see a lot of
just for like the
abuse there.
default, we customize based on department.
I just wanted to understand, we would have a couple of exceptions
And those
where
would be
it
defined in
fits
policy.
them. Okay.
Okay.
My new policy, we're not there yet.
So we have a motion by Adamson and a second by Cheatham. Ruth, could you please call the roll?
Yes, sir. Adamson?
Yes.
Cheatham?
Yes.
Gray?
Yes.
Laura?
Yes.
Manon?
Yes.
I was hoping somebody would say no, so we would have all of them split, but that one's...
Camp 1, Camp 2.
That's right, Camp 1, Camp 2. Is that it?
That's it. The other slides were just the summary of what I need you to make decisions on, but we did that.
We did that as we went. Okay, super. Thank you very much, then. We will move to agenda item number 11, Employee Policy Manual Updates. Human Resources staff will give a presentation on proposed updates for the city's Employee Policy Manual. Staff is seeking council's approval of the proposed updates, which will replace the current manual.
Good morning, Heather Buchanan, Human Resources Director.
Ann Butler, Safety and Wellness Coordinator.
Ashley Welsh, Deputy CFO.
All right, so you're going to get multiple people at the table for this one. Ann is going to handle our substance-free workplace. I'm going to handle the HR policies. Ashley's going to take finance, Teresa and Tom will take fleet, and then Chris Sorensen will take the IT policies. We kind of separated the handbook into different sections. so
We
it's
should have
easier
broke
to
for
update.
lunch.
Yeah, I didn't realize you had so much.
I know, I was
on
wondering
here,
if we were
so-
going to break, but here we are going.
153 pages in the slide.
So the first slide is the federal motor carrier drug and alcohol testing change, and it's only to one page. It's Appendix A, which is the list of employee job titles that are subject to drug and alcohol testing. So all we've done is an update. We've taken all the mechanics out of Parks and Rec, street, sanitation, and water, moved them to fleet services, and then we've corrected and updated a few job titles. That's the only change in that policy.
Is anybody excluded?
Yes, only employees that hold a CDL are included in the drug and alcohol testing policy. So like I would be subject to reasonable suspicion, but not a random test. This is only for CDL positions.
Little scoop.
Yep.
Why
Question?
wouldn't we random test everybody?
Cost.
That's expensive.
And this is mandated federal for drivers. So the city would have to have their own policy to do that. Question?
I would think that John Banks' department, they deal with so many kids, that we wouldn't make an exception there.
The problem is if we, totally off scope here, if we go to random drug testing and pre-employment drug testing for employees, I'm only able to put that in on general employees. I have no ability to put that in on the police and fire unions.
Okay.
But you're limiting that to the groups of people who actually have less daily interaction with citizens, the lesser interaction.
We currently have two policies. This is the federal motor carrier, so that's all of our departments that hold CDLs except for transit, and transit has their own. And it's similar.
And I guess we did add the background checks, so that kind of is an added layer.
Does that include drug testing?
No.
That's what I thought.
I think almost all of our departments are trained in reasonable suspicion, and we do pop on a couple of those at least a few times a year. So our departments are responding when they see a problem.
How expensive is the drug testing? If we were to do it randomly throughout citywide,
You would have to do random alcohol and drug probably. It's $25 for an alcohol breath test and $50 for a drug test. And that's a urine sample.
so $75 for a test.
You would do one or the other probably. You'd have a list of alcohol randoms for the month and a list of drug randoms for the month. But
How
there
many
would-
of those a month would be appropriate for this population size?
I can tell you what our current polls are. I don't necessarily know what would be appropriate for a general. Federal motor carrier, we do 10% alcohol in the year and 25% drug. And for transit, there's one up last year. It's 25 for alcohol and 50% for drug. That's
Per
based
year.
on per year of the size of the pool in a year. Those numbers are typically determined based on positives through the nation. So as soon as a positive reaches over 1%, then the rate goes up. That's why transit went up. When they added oxycodone and hydromorphone, those to it, that increased.
So significant then.
And is,
It's just
I wonder if it's
significant.
a bit invasive for us to do that to our employees. I mean, if there's a red flag, I'm sure department heads and.
I think that's where we rely on our managers and our supervisors that, as you say, they receive training and they're trained to spot problems, but I think it gets very
And does that open, yeah.
invasive.
And does that open us up to like discrimination of any sort, legal? Is that like, yeah, would that be like, oh,
If you move
we're
to
not
that,
into-
it would be for every new hire. So everyone that is onboarded would go through that, and then the randoms they are truly random. When you pick a table.
And you'd have to change your policy.
So if you had a policy in place, sorry, Jared Johnson, City Attorney, if you had a policy in place that was, that utilizes a random computer program or something to select those individuals, then you would be able to defeat any discrimination claim pretty easily.
We pay someone else to run our randoms for us.
We're not picking names out of a hat.
That is correct.
Your protection comes by having a good policy and then following that policy. And so that would be the process.
If this is something council's interested in, we are going to need some money. This might be a good budget item for next spring.
Well, that's what I was going to ask. I'm a little bit confused. What is it that you're asking us? Like, why are we
want to update these words in red?
Okay, so you're not asking us to debate what we're currently debating, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Thank you.
So you're just letting us know that we're moving those around.
We're giving you the changes to the policy.
Okay.
And is it okay that we make those changes?
It's okay, let's move on.
Okay.
Looks good.
Thank you.
Thank you, Heidi.
All right, Anne's done with her section.
Ann Butler can no longer do that for us because she obviously creates problems.
Kind of scared me, you guys.
This is going to be a rough one, I can tell. All right. HR items. The first thing that we're doing is we're integrating all the policies that were put into effect in fiscal year 19. Basically what this means is I take the standalone policy that's been PDF'd into the handbook and actually build it into the language. So it does cause a shift in where lines are in case people wonder. These are the items that are being integrated. They've already been approved and voted on. I just listed them all out there. We're adding a section of hyperlinks in the handbook just to frequently reference policies and forms just for ease for managers and employees to find items. HR can go in and update those with the help of IT anytime we have a change to the form or location of it so that they don't appear as broken when you try to use them. We added the city mission and the city values statements to the handbook. I take it we're all okay with those. All right. This one, unfortunately, I'm bringing back before you for clarification. A couple years ago, we had a big debate on what sort of time could be donated to an employee who had exhausted their leave accruals and was on FMLA. I'm not quite sure what we decided on that. So I'm back asking if we're going to allow or disallow sick leave to be donated to employees on FMLA. It was a very unpleasant conversation last time too.
Yeah, it was a long conversation. It wasn't pleasant. But I don't remember. I thought we said no to that, but I don't.
Yeah.
I did too. I don't have
remember.
anything totally definitive.
That's the way I would
Yeah.
feel about it.
Do we have, what's the reason or the rationale for not allowing it?
Sick leave, okay, so I can word this so that it doesn't sound unsensitive. Sick leave has a value, but there is no cash value unless you are retired. If I'm just leaving employment before I retire, there is no payout for that option. You only get paid out for your comp time and your vacation. There is no payout for sick leave. There is a very big difference between the three. If we know you're leaving the city, and this policy's been into effect for years, you cannot donate sick leave, and that policy's been into effect for a long time, but you could donate your vacation and comp time. It's just putting everyone else in that same mindset.
So the donated time that we would allow is vacation and comp only, and not the sick leave.
That makes sense to me. I think we should proceed with not including
I agree.
sick.
Second.
Was that a motion?
Sure.
Golly,
Yeah, I didn't know if we needed.
I don't think we need to vote on each item. I think we just need to have a
I'll
consensus
just
here.
build the handbook with your guidance here, and then the whole handbook will come before you.
So we will never get another email that somebody's sick.
No, you
and-
will for vacation and comp time.
You'll see the email for donated time, but it'll be vacation and comp. Yeah.
But you're saying that they weren't allowed to donate sick now, right? Or have they been?
Give me like an example. So someone's already taken FMLA.
So I'm on FMLA. I have 12 weeks of leave. I have 0 accruals left.
Okay.
At the point where I have 0 accruals, I can ask for donated time from fellow employees.
Right.
And then can either donate me vacation, sick, or comp time. We're just removing the ability to donate sick time. Sick time is more of an insurance than it is a payment.
So it's more so if Anne falls sick, she has her sick days?
That's correct.
But if I know I'm not going to retire with the city, then there's no value, not as much value of sick leave. So I might be willing to donate that time to her. Because
you're
I'm not
saying
going to get
people-
paid out on it if I leave, unless I retire.
People are donating sick time now?
We kind of are not allowing it, but that doesn't really match the handbook. So we'd kind of like to clean up that
So
little
you
mess
want,
I've created.
okay, so your recommendation is to?
To remove the sick leave as we're practicing.
Sounds good.
Okay.
Okay? Sounds like
Thank
I've
you.
got an okay
That
on
helped
that.
a lot. Thank you.
All right, the next one, you have a handout in front of you. You two are not helping.
I've had no coffee today, so this is helpful.
Council has funded the safety footwear program this year that just ensures equity amongst what we pay and how we pay for basically work boots at the city. They need to be taxed per IRS standards. We've built a policy to go along with that payment process. And hyperlinks aren't working for me, so sorry. The policy looks kind of wordy. This is just what we normally do whenever we put a policy into effect. It's just a summary of what the changes are. And then these three first bullet points, that will be what is included in the handbook as a brief summary for employees, and then the policy itself will stand alone so that we don't have to update the whole handbook every time we change who's getting what type of boot allowance. The policy basically says you have to wear your work boots if it's a requirement of your position. It gives the department heads the ability to set what the requirements are per department and per position. If you have equipment operators in 3 departments, they're going to have different requirements based on what they need, based on what they're doing. You need to be wearing your boots. If you file a workers' comp claim and you're not in the appropriate footwear, your workers' comp claim would be denied because you're not meeting the safety. It does allow for appeals if you have a medical reason or something specific, and those go to either the Public Works Director, the Deputy Public Works Director, or the Parks and Recreation Director. And then Ann from our office will be the tracker of all of this from the workers' comp standpoint. We have a list of all the positions that we went through with council and added the funding for. And then we have Appendix B is just basically education on what a label means when you buy a boot, all the different type of requirements that you can get. And the last page is what the departments will fill out so that we have it on file for, if I'm an equipment operator in the street department, I don't need a safety toe boot, so they're not going to check that. But if they need to lace, they're going to check that box. So we have those standards set and established so employees understand what they need to comply to.
So I have a question on this. Right now, we have an account with some local dealers, and the department, the employee goes and the city pays for the first $150 worth of boot.
Not every department does that.
Some departments are just issuing cash, payment in their paycheck. That's, every department's doing it differently.
It's not
right now.
standardized across the city. It's different.
So I would like to see it standardized where they go to a local dealer and the city pays that first $150 and then the employee pays the rest of it. That way we know that they're getting the right boot. And we don't have our department heads and stuff.
But it's considered a fringe benefit to the employee, which is required to be taxed.
The first 150?
No. Anything that's the fringe.
Yeah, anything that's a fringe benefit. So if we're giving them 150, they should be taxed on 150.
So, okay, so I get that kind of, because we're mandating them to pay that, and then we're giving them 150 and they're paying a tax on that 150, and then they go and buy the boot and they're being taxed again on that 150 to buy the boot.
So you're talking about the sales tax?
Yeah. I mean, am I making any sense?
It might also be difficult to have only one facility that they could shop at. Because you've got a lot of different foot styles and people like different shoe styles.
I think we've got a number of local dealers that can provide that service, so I'm not suggesting just one.
So
but
how are we going to track amongst the different dealers, the different departments, the requirements, how much of an allowance they get?
That's your job to figure that one out. That's not my job. I'm just.
That's why we're issuing it now.
I guess right now, if we were to issue them their $150 and there was an incident where we didn't think they had the correct shoe, you would be able to do something about that with the employee and their supervisor to address why they weren't wearing the appropriate shoes and you did receive these dollars. That could be handled.
But if the city is mandating a boot or a shoe, would we not want to at least know that they're getting the right shoe instead of, I can buy the right shoe for $210, I've got $150 sitting here, or I can order on something online for $140 and I'm good. It's close.
And each
Not
year,
exact.
the department head will set the requirements, they'll sit down and they'll educate their employees, and they'll sign that those are what the requirements are. It's just tracking amongst vendors. Are we then talking about purchase orders? Are we talking about them billing the city? Then you have to do itemization within the departments or within finance.
Could we have an approved list of shoes at specific vendors? I've worked that way with clothing and other employment.
Yes, it could be done.
So
I think as long as we're specific about what they're required to have, it's less complicated to
I feel like we were again micromanaging.
give them money in their pay.
Go within the parameters of what's required for the job, I think, and that should be sufficient enough for.
We could just be like the military and keep a supply on hand and hand
No,
them
thank
out.
you. No. We don't have the
We don't storage.
Sounds like a job for free.
Tom sure perked up there. Wait a minute.
Then we've got inventory management.
I don't want to overcomplicate this, but we have a system right now that we're getting the right footwear to people.
But that's only in a few departments. That's not a system that's citywide.
So
no one's
why don't
gonna
you
let
make that a city? Why don't we make that a citywide thing, opposed to giving some money and not giving some others?
So the police, this is in the police contract and it has been for a year. I'm not aware of any problems they had with issuing the ad pay to pay for the boots and then having people comply with the boot standard.
Well, I don't know of any that they have or haven't either, though. So.
Maybe we're digging in too deep on this because we still got tools ahead of us, don't we?
No, tools is just the list of what's required. You've already funded that.
Okay.
I think if we don't have a problem, then we don't need to.
Yeah, what are we fixing?
Fix
If
it.
we're trying to fix something that we don't have a problem with, and if we have a problem, then is it an IRS problem?
They're not being taxed. Some people are not being taxed for the benefit of the city paying for their boots.
Which is why we came to you last spring and asked you to standardize it.
And so all this is a standardization across the departments.
And this is just
What-
policy that applies. Right now, we're just giving them money with no standards in place, period. We're just trying to put a standard in place.
Can we give them the $150 with the standard in place with the list of local vendors that are preferred that they would get those from?
Then is that like favoring? Like, are they favoring
Yeah,
it in
I think you get into
then?
problems with business.
Well,
I try to stay out of tying it to
they could go somewhere. They could go somewhere else. I think with your safety footwear and stuff, you have 3 or 4 vendors locally that are available, and you can't just go down to a local Walmart and buy some of these specific things.
But then shouldn't the instructions it shouldn't be about the vendor, it should just be about the boot. Like, this is what you have to buy.
Obviously, we want local, but
Yeah.
it's their right to go to them. Like
I think we should be supporting our local vendors.
Absolutely. Well, I
And
agree.
I think that should be a...
Absolutely, but we can't pick like one local vendor over 7 other local vendors.
We've got 7 local vendors, put all 7 in there.
So what happens if I want something that's not from one of those vendors?
You better go to work and shovel.
We don't want to lose employees either. It's not what we want.
I think we need...
I know we're getting in the weeds. I know we're getting in the weeds, and I'm sorry, I don't want to really get in the weeds, but we have a system that's working. It doesn't seem to be broken.
But it's not working, and the system you're talking about is singular departments, and there's no standard,
It's
no
very
application, I mean, they're paying for seasonal boots, but full-time
Um,
employees aren't. We funded it, do you want any constraints
So-
around the funding? that
So
we-
are we,
We need to
are we
fix the problem
paying,
you're talking about,
We
but
did with
not
the
change
funding.
the policy.
are we paying for seasonal boots too?
Not anymore, once this policy goes into it. Once you funded it in the spring, which eliminated them buying boots for employees. The employees will buy their boot as a fringe benefit, they'll be taxed on that money. We're just setting a standard to go with the boots that they need to buy based on the amount of money that we gave them.
But your seasonal employee does not get that?
That is correct, it's only for full-time.
No, I'm all for local business, but I know a lot of people who have weird foot sizes or conditions, AAA or something like that. I mean, my wife has a foot that she can't find a shoe for example. And if we have a standard allowance, she ought to be able to shop wherever she can best find the value. If you go a local vendor, it could be at a premium to order.
I disagree. I think we should be using our local people, and I think that's where we should be. But this is a council thing. We're taking local vendors' tax dollars and we're giving it to our people to spend on boots and things like that. I think we should at least be pushing our local vendors. If you're not going to force them to buy them there because they have a special foot size, I can't imagine Red Wing or Element not being able to order those in and bring them in at the same cost. I can't imagine that being the case, but maybe it is. I just think we need to be supporting our local vendors.
Can we include a list of recommended?
I was going to say, we
Well,
can
that's
make
what
a
I asked, and I
recommendation.
said, and the answer was no, because if you do that, then you're holding people out and it's not there. So there again, I think that we should do that. I think that we should be supporting our local people.
I thought you were saying
mandating
require them
Yeah.
to buy it, but I think if it's recommended and you're including
here's a
all
list
of
of
them.
people to go
That's
where
not
you
part of
can
the
find these.
policy. It's just a sheet that they would give them
which
that
is
says,
fine.
if you don't know where you get that, here you go.
Right.
I don't really like
Yeah,
including
it doesn't have to
business
be part
names
of
in
the
the policy.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Right.
That's just a lot of
Or
updating.
getting a voucher that they spend at a local place back to reimburse.
Yeah, I'm not a big
Okay.
fan of that.
We can't do that.
I move that we accept the recommendation and implement the program as recommended with no additional modifications at this time.
So are we going to do this on a point-by-point basis then, or do
This
we want
is-
to wait until they're done?
This is a separate policy that's referenced in the handbook, so it
separate?
would need a motion.
Yeah, so it will need a motion. So we have a motion by Adamson, and I heard a second by Manon.
Yes.
She doesn't want to vote last.
No, but this is pretty clear now. We're
To
just
go
going
with
to
the-
provide a list of recommended places where you can go buy a boot. And we've got the policy as suggested. I don't know why we were arguing over this.
So we have a motion by Adamson and a second by Manon to go with the recommendation, HR's recommendation.
What's the change here?
There's no policy right now because there was no standardization of payment. We've standardized the payment. We're now setting policy about what the requirements are based on the amount we're paying them.
So if I understand, we had some...
The shoe specifically?
What, like, so if you need
Payment.
the safety
No, this
toe.
was
Payment
all
depending on the
payment.
job.
Yeah, well, so if I need a safety toe boot, you get 150. And here, it lists a safety toe boot.
But that's not what we're changing here, right?
We're adding,
We're accepting
we
it.
never
We're
had this.
accepting it is what
We're
we're
accepting
doing.
This
this as
accepts
our...
how they're being paid and that the department sets the standard for the positions.
So my understanding was we didn't have a policy to start with.
Correct.
We had 4 or 5, maybe 6, I don't know how many departments are in here that have these, that were doing it differently. We had one department that had an account set up that people would go to and it was an open account, I think, and then another department didn't, if I understood
And then we did some on
correctly.
P
and
cards.
Some were on P cards, some were, it's just standardizing that, so.
We can still have a list of local vendors that would sell these types of.
So will Ann set the standard for each of
No.
these various
The
departments?
departments will set them and will track them.
So can I also add another, if we were to mandate, right, like these are the vendors. Next year they come back, be like, well, the vendors have jacked up the price because now they've got the demand. And now they have to come back and ask for a budget increase because our boots are now expensive. So like I feel like we're I'm happy with the recommended places,
I'm
but
okay
if it's like
with-
cheaper,
I'm okay with everybody patting me on the head and saying, we'll give you a list of preferred people. I'm okay
preferred
with,
people
thank
is
you.
good. But I figured we just see how this
I
plays
just
out in
have, I have
the
a
future.
thing for local.
network for boots.
I want local people to be taken care of by local people, and I'm pretty feel strong about that. Anyway, it doesn't matter at this point. Let's make a vote on this, and I'm good with whatever happens. We have a motion by Adamson and a second by Manon, with a pat on the head to the mayor
Good job,
for the
Mary. Thank
attempt.
you for that.
Could you please call a roll, Ruth?
For the footwear policy as recommended by the
Yes,
staff.
yes.
Okay. Adamson?
Yes.
Manon?
Yes.
Ray?
Yes.
Cheetah?
Yes.
Lurick?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for the pat on the head, too.
The next item is just removal of a section in the workers' compensation policy because we no longer are with the state insurance fund and we no longer have any claims open from prior to May of 2011. That's it.
I'm going to just move right on.
She is nervous. Look, she was like, I'm not even making eye contact.
We're including language in the handbook that just defines PERSI eligibility just so it's easier for employees to find that information. We'll update this as PERSI updates their site. It's just to put the information in an accessible place.
And this is just so we're congruent with Percy, right?
I'm sorry, what?
This is just so we're congruent with Percy.
Well, we're already in compliance. This is just so employees know where to find the information.
Okay.
We would like to
gotta-
add language on overtime and comp time, what the payment methods are, just clarification that it's either comp time or cash, and you can't do a mix of both within a pay period. And then just setting the standard that if you're working outside your work schedule, you need authorization from your supervisor to accrue any overtime. Okay?
Okay.
We're also just adding the PERSI eligibility for seasonals or variable hours, so that's just accessible to employees. We're already in compliance with that.
Okay.
Rick's reading. Currently, the city's resignation policy says if you don't show up for 3 consecutive days of work, it's considered a resignation. We'd like to add a caveat to that for seasonal or temporary employees to move that to a 2-day window, or if the employee has given indication that they will be quitting, it just shortens the time frame and allows the department heads and supervisors to be more reactive in those seasonal positions.
That's a good idea.
That one I struggled with when we added it in the first place because I think there are situations that come up that,
And we
that
deal
make
with
that very tricky.
We would deal with those exceptions on those limited bases.
Okay.
If I'm stuck on a cruise ship and I have no cell phone service, I'm
Right.
sure the city's going to give me my job back.
You might not
I
be
can't write a policy for
You
it.
might not be a seasonal employee if you're stuck on a cruise ship.
I know.
too.
Well, I mean, what happens if somebody has a heart attack and they live alone and no one finds them or something? You know, well, yeah, that's true. Okay, bad example.
Bad example, but what if they do that?
Okay, what if they're kidnapped? I mean, something can happen that was a bad example.
I think that those exceptions, there are some exceptions out there that we can't write a policy for everything, and our department heads and our supervisors.
There needs to be leeway there
use
that
some-
we're not.
They have some, those exceptions, they have the leeways.
Are we okay with making that 2 days for seasonals?
Yes. Yes.
All right. I really don't want to have to touch this one, but here I am with it anyway. Currently, if you resign or you are terminated with a less than satisfactory work standard, you're not eligible for rehire. Also, if you're terminated or you resign in lieu of termination, you're not eligible for rehire. We're leaving that language in there, however, we are putting a time frame on it or an exception ability to be granted by only the mayor. So after 3 years, you could be eligible for rehire as long as the department head has talked to the mayor, or if it's before 3 years, the mayor could grant an exception. But that is on the request of a department head, not a former employee. Right now, there's no end point to ineligible for rehire, and we just want to correct that.
Do you track that?
Yes.
I'm okay with that, 3 years. And it's still got a filter to it too.
It does. So this is the summary of HR's items. I think most of these are going in the handbook, and then the safety footwear program has been approved for inclusion as a reference, and then that standalone policy will be on the consent agenda with the handbook itself.
Okay.
I swear mine were worst compared to Ashley's.
Mine are pretty easy. So the finance policies that were...
I found a typo that I was going to give you.
Okay. So the finance policies are basically just things that we already do. We're just trying to put them in writing so there's a reference to them. So the first one, we got this from the ICRIP policy, just lists what we do for payroll processing errors. We're basically just saying that employees need to make sure that they're looking over their pay stubs, they're checking their time, they're making sure that everything's correct. And if there is an error, we need to come discuss it with the finance department. We're just putting this in writing so that people know, hey, you are responsible to make sure that you're checking that everything is good on your check.
Shouldn't we require people to do that in writing so that there's a record somewhere? Because you can go report it and your supervisor forgets it and you bring it up. And I said, I talked to you a couple weeks ago. I think I remembered it. Shouldn't we just say if there's a discrepancy, put it in writing?
Our payroll staff usually puts that in writing as they accept the concern.
Okay, so payroll staff receives a complaint and records it.
They're
Okay.
tracking that in their documents.
Okay.
This is straight out of ICRIP language. There's been no alteration to this policy.
It's exactly the same.
Okay.
Okay. We also added the work periods or FLSA cycles to the handbook. Like I said, we're already doing these. We just haven't added them to the handbook. So you can see the general employees. This came from ICRIP also, that just says when it begins and when it ends, so they know when the cycle is, those 7 days. Firefighters, this comes directly from their CBA, as well as police comes directly from the CBA. So we just wanted to add those into the handbook, mainly so that they were there in writing and an easy place to find them, if there were questions on that.
Makes sense.
Okay. Okay, we just had some clarification for paying time when an employee goes to training. This is for non-exempt employees, so like an hourly employee. We just said that if you're in an approved training function and you're paid, and you're working more than your regularly scheduled work, that you get paid for that time. One of the examples was that an employee generally works Monday through Friday. And so our policy says that if you're flying Tuesday at 12 and you arrive at 7, you don't get paid the extra hours because you were flying. But if you work on that, if you're flying out on that Saturday, you would get paid for that time because it's not your regularly scheduled day. The manager does have the opportunity to flex time if they decided that was something that they wanted to do. So this is kind of more, we're just clarifying, and the manager has the ultimate decision as to what they want to do. If I'm an hourly employee, I'm going to training Tuesday through Saturday, they could say, hey, you're not gonna work a certain day so that I still have my 40 hours instead of 48 hours. That's a management decision. But we're just putting this in writing. And also, if an employee decides that they want to attend their own certification program or school, that isn't paid for. Those hours aren't paid. And if they're doing them during work hours, they do need to use leave for that. Okay, are there any questions on that? Okay. This is just an addition to, this is also going to be managed by the department head. So if a department head says, hey, I want you to go to this training, let's say it's in Washington, we're going to have you fly there, and the employee says, hey, I was going to take a couple extra days of vacation, is it okay if I drive? We're just putting something in there saying that if it's okay with the department head can come in and say, hey, no, you're only going to this training if you're flying. But if they say, yeah, that's okay, and it's okay for you to take the additional time off, this is just clarifying what they will be paid for that. So if their flight was $300 and they spend $500 in gas, they don't get $500 or mileage. They don't get mileage, they get that amount. Does that make sense? The lesser of what they would have gotten.
So we won't be paying mileage to...
No. So if their preferred method of travel is flying and they decide to drive, they get paid for either the lesser of the mileage or the amount of what the flight would have cost them. and they do not get paid for the extra days of travel. So if they were flying and they had to leave on a Tuesday, but since they were driving, they left on a Sunday, they don't get paid for that.
And the per diem
They have to
also
use
matches
per diem,
the
right.
per diem work matches.
And that has to be
training.
approved through the department head. If the department head says, no, we can't have you gone from work that long, you either fly or you don't go to the training. That is their decision to make as a department head. We just wanted to put this in there to kind of clarify that it is an available option, but ultimately it's the department head's decision on that. That's it. So these are the 4 items that we're going to add into the handbook. If you are okay with those, or if you have any questions.
I'm okay.
Okay.
Look good.
See, those were easy.
Okay.
The other stuff's hard.
Okay, Heather. With our incident that we're handling, I got a triple meeting at 1 o'clock.
Sure.
Right? Yes. My apologies, the incident we're handling. I have a meeting at 1300, that has to be. Okay, actually lots of apologies. I don't have pretty slides because of time constraints and things. The IT policy was in the handbook in about 3 or 4 different sections in the past. It was scattered all over. The language was based on 1980s language and stuff in some spots. So we cleaned up the language significantly. We brought it all together. And we had a lot of undocumented, unwritten policy that we've added to here. So I just kind of want to scroll through the policy and highlight a couple of things. Down under the ownership of data in section 2 there, we just wanted to emphasize that employees shall have no expectation that the information they convey, create, file, or utilize on city resources is confidential or private. All of that stuff is subject to investigations and other things, and we just wanted to highlight and remind individuals that there is no expectation of privacy, including your email. We added the cybersecurity section in number 3 because that's become fairly significant here in the city. Again, these are policies that we've had in place. We just documented when a new employee shows up, they have 14 days to complete their initial training. Additional cyber training is required for certain positions. For example, if they're handling credit cards, there's some PCI training that has to go with that. We also wanted to emphasize that failure to complete your training would result in your loss of access to your city IT resources until that training was completed another time. And we want to emphasize that if you are aware of an incident on your system, that you must notify the IT department immediately so we can handle it. And hopefully they're not trying to cover anything up. It's always good to let these things come out in the open and be addressed quickly. We are changing our password policy. In the past, it's been an 8-character password changed semi-annually. We are changing that to an annual at the recommendation of the NIST and other organizations. We are increasing the length to 11 characters. The more complex and the longer a password is, the harder it is to break that password. And 11 is kind of the standard now. I'd like to take it to 14, but I think that's probably getting just a little bit large.
It's hard to remember too.
So
11 is our recommendation. Again, we recommend no use of single words, common words found in the dictionary, etc. We are not requiring the mix of the uppercase, lowercase, number, and character any longer. We're recommending you use it. We're just not going to mandate it in the password. Passwords are not allowed to be shared. They shouldn't be written down. If you cannot remember your passwords or you have so many passwords, we recommend that you use a digital safe on your phone, or if you have to write them down, they have to be stored in an approved safe for protection. The only thing we are telling individuals with regard to those passwords, we routinely run some software that will go out there, and while it will not tell us what the password is, it will tell us if a password is already been in a common dictionary of passwords, or if more than one person in the city is using the same password. And if we are notified of that, we will notify the individuals that they must change their password at that time, because it's no longer a strong enough password to pass the test. And in C there, we emphasize there is no sharing of passwords. You should not have a password on a site and share it with an office saying this is our common office account, we're all going to use the same password, because it makes it hard for us to track who's getting into the system and doing what. Data storage, down in section 5, we emphasize the importance of putting your stuff on the network and not putting it on the C drive. If somebody puts it on their local hard drive on their computer, we do not back those systems up.
And if the data is lost, it becomes lost forever. So we emphasize the requirement to put it there. Under transitory data, this is a new section. If somebody has confidential personal identifying information or otherwise sensitive material on that is being in a transitory nature, in other words, it's on a portable device, it's being sent over the internet, that data should be encrypted in order to protect it from being stolen or found on a lost device. Speaking of removable devices, if somebody is using a removable device such as a thumb drive or a portable drive to do work at home, when they return to work, any records that are on those drives need to be transferred over to a network drive. In the case of the incumbent becoming unavailable to provide that data back to the city, which is actually city data at that point in time. We do emphasize in this policy that new hardware purchases, software purchases, all must go through the IT department. We also emphasize that if you're bringing a new project online, that the department bringing that project or that item online will be responsible for the initial procurement costs as well as the first year maintenance. If that program goes across more than one department, such as our new timekeeping, IT department will pick up all maintenance on that in year 2 and all future years after that. That's always been the kind of policy, and we're just putting it into writing. We emphasize on the use of personal devices in Section 7 that if you bring a personal device into the office, you're not allowed to connect it into one of our ports. You're welcome to use the guest Wi-Fis, but you are not allowed to plug those devices physically into our network. Email, we again, just documenting the fact that your email box is limited to a 2 gigabyte size. That is kind of a limitation on the system. After 2 gigabytes, it stops to perform properly. If your mailbox gets to 1.5 gig in size, we will not allow the user to send any more email until it is cleaned out, and at 2 gigabyte, they will not be able to send or receive email. If you need to save email, which everybody does, this documents the requirement to create what they call a .pst file and to put that on the network and store all your excess mail out on those drives.
Just a little technical point. You save our email for us, right?
Pardon me?
You save our email because it is translated to our email address through the city. So
It is, and it is backed up on a routine basis. Once you delete that email after, and I can't remember how many days, because email is considered transitory in nature under the records management. And again, we emphasize people continuously, please clean out your email. It's even in this policy, because if it's out there, it is subject to a record search, even if it is beyond the transitory nature or deadlines of the email.
But you're backing us up that way.
Yes, you are backed up. Okay. Email is backed up. If you lose a critical email, if you accidentally delete it, we can restore it for you within a given amount of time.
So we could just delete everything and say, go to Chris.
We would ask you not to. We've had a lot of questions on cloud technology and storage, so we've added a section on that. Recommending to individuals if they use cloud storage such as Dropbox, Google Drive, OneDrive, that they create those boxes as a city account and not as a personal account. Those are also subject to records reviews. All the cloud services do scan for malware, but they do not guarantee anything. So we've added to this that if you download a file or a URL from a site that is not yours, somebody says, I have a file I want to share with you, it's too big to email, go to my Dropbox, pull it down. When you bring it down, you must scan that for malicious software that might be on there. We've added another section for unmanned aerial systems. It's a very small section, just to show that we are exercising some due diligence when it comes to drone technology. We do emphasize that all drone operators in the city must have the appropriate FAA licenses and adhere to all FAA policy. We are also doing some oversight on the program, looking for ways. There are some ways to consolidate licensing and things, and we are taking that upon ourselves. Chief Shai did call me. We are going to add one more paragraph that's not here. It also suggests that the police have their own policies in addition to this policy for managing their drone program. They have some legal obligations and things that they have to take care of. So we will add a short paragraph just emphasizing that the police have additional policy in addition to this handbook. That is pretty much it. We do talk on the budgeting process again. The city pretty much, the IT department pays for the replacement of all existing systems that are out there. If somebody needs additional new computers, the department's responsible for paying for that computer for the original acquisition. We then add it into our baseline and we will replace it on our replacement cycle after that. The only exception to that is mobile devices such as laptops, tablets, and cell phones. The departments are responsible for procurement and paying for all those costs. We don't pay for mobile technology for the departments. I just highlight some of the changes, the consolidation, and a few of the other things that we have in this policy. Any questions?
No, thank you.
Thank you. Thanks.
Good afternoon. Teresa Pocatello, Fleet Manager.
Tom Kirkman, Deputy Public Works Director.
We'll go quickly. And not as quick as Tom, but I'll try. We are just updating a few of the pieces for the vehicle policies. Acquisition, they'll still have to come for budget approval, all of that. But after they have approval, they'll need to meet with the fleet and materials coordinator for the acquisition process. So the bid process, that type of thing. The rest of these are just basically, the tasks are moving from the mayor's office to the fleet. So titling, registering, insuring, all of that that's normally done through the clerk's office will now be done through fleet. So that's what the rest of these are. Other than upon disposal, we did specify that all signage must be removed because we have had that issue in the past. That's pretty much all of that one. Take-home vehicles. There was a take-home vehicle policy. It was very small, so we've just added a little more information in here. Really, it's just no personal use, that type of thing. It was in there previously, but we've just added a little more verbiage. The IRS rules, there's a form that they have to fill out. Department head has to okay the use of a take-home vehicle, but ultimately it's the mayor's decision if that is approved. That's specified in here. And then they have to fill out the form and submit it to fleet and finance. That's the second one of that one. Authorized passengers. It was really never, it's kind of an unspoken rule that there were no non-city passengers in a city vehicle, vehicle. We've just spelled that out. No family, no friends, no pets, no whatever, your support friend. However, yeah, you're my support friend. You can ride with me though, you're good. However,
I'm glad I have one.
Make sure your support friend is a city employee.
yes, exactly. If your support friend is a city employee, you're fine. However, police ride-alongs, that is okay. We feel like that's a good service to the public and good publicity. So that's specified in there where, I don't know if that was in there before or not, but it is in there now. Okay, the tool requirement. Now this isn't going to be like the shoe thing, right?
Maybe.
This is just a tool thing.
Let's see how it goes.
Between them and lunch.
I know, that's why it's going to be fine. We added a tool requirement to all of the mechanics' job descriptions. It's very basic tool requirement. We did increase the tool allowance that we gave them to help offset this. They will be required to provide.
It almost fits.
It almost fits. This list of tools, it's listed on the job posting. Some of the mechanics currently are providing their own tools, some are not. So we are just trying to standardize that. But in order to standardize, we felt like we needed some kind of a list. So we have combined that list, or compiled that list. Most all of the mechanics in the city have the items on the list. However, some have found that they don't have a toolbox, or they don't have a few of the things. So we'll work with them, but we are going to require them to provide their own tools. Specialty tools will be purchased by Fleet and be the property of the Fleet department and stay with the department.
Some mechanics have all the tools, but no toolbox to put them in?
Apparently, yes.
Perhaps, Teresa, we need to redefine item 31.
And if not, can we get one?
A blowgun.
A blowgun?
A blowgun? That's a compressed air. You put it into compressed air. And
They call it a blowgun?
So maybe a
Not a dart gun.
Not a blow
Can
dart
we add
gun.
a compressed air blowgun?
Well, I don't know if that's any better either, so we'll rephrase that.
Yeah.
Okay.
Rename that one.
Do a picture. Just put a picture by it so they know what you're talking about.
Should we just we'll put pictures by all of them.
No, we won't.
We can rename that one if it's a problem. And that was everything. Any questions?
Any questions?
Did I go too fast? I'm sorry. I knew you were hungry.
I'm confused that you have 50 or 60 or whatever, 57 tools, but you don't have a box.
So
They probably don't have a box they're willing to bring into work. Would be my guess.
The tools will be a standalone policy that's once again is referenced in the handbook so that it's easier to update.
I had one other question or something I wanted to ask you. What's the, there we go, the letter C, Fleet Department Mechanic Tool Allowance?
Oh, yes, sorry.
What is that? Sorry.
So currently, some of the mechanics are getting a tool allowance because they're providing their own tools. Some, the departments were providing the tools for them, so they were not getting a tool allowance. So when we brought it to council, we gave some options about how to proceed from this. So we're doing a $50 per pay period tool allowance for them to replace things break, things, stuff like that. So it's just basically a way to keep their tool supply whole.
Okay, thank you.
I think I solved our boot problem. I was Googling a little bit and I found some on the GSA website, 2 palletfuls of Korean War boots that we're going to stock in the Fleet building for disposal.
Thank you.
Whenever it's ready to disperse for distribution.
Thank you. Thank you, Tom.
Probably has those, don't they?
Yes.
But that's not local.
It is now.
They were.
Tom's
They went
gonna-
to Korean back.
Tom will be written up this afternoon about 3 o'clock, so.
Got your back though.
Got my day planned.
Okay. Thank you. Lunch has made it. Okay, yes, I do. I didn't know that lunch had made it, and so I'm glad to know that it's here now. So we're going to go ahead and break for now for lunch.
Which is finished.
We have one last item. Should we
Let's just finish
Well, we
this.
didn't talk about it for a long time.
Trap and neuter is going to take a minute.
Yeah, it's going to be a
It's going to take.
Okay.
Well, let's just spend like.
It's going to take some time. So we will.
I think they would like to go right now. They've been waiting.
Well, I know, but it's going to. This is going to be an hour-long discussion.
Oh, really?
Oh, it'll be. I would say an hour long. So we'll break for lunch.
It just won't be, I don't ever want to see a policy.
Thank you for joining us after the lunch break. We'll go ahead and continue on with agenda item number 12, proposed trap neuter release program. Animal Services staff will present a proposed trap neuter release program to effectively manage free roaming community cats.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. Ron Knapp, Interim Director, Animal Services.
Josh Hines, Shelter Supervisor.
We appreciate the opportunity to speak with you today about the trap and neuter release program that we want to have you consider exploring. TNR, it's a method of humanely and effectively managing free roaming cats. It's not a new concept. It's actually been around for quite some time. There are several locations in Idaho that actually utilize this program currently. Myself and Josh actually took a trip up to Boise not too long ago, and we met with the Idaho Humane Society to see how they run their program. And then we also went not too far from here, just Idaho Falls, to talk to the staff there, because they also have a program that they run there. Excuse me. There's a little bit of difference between Idaho Falls and Boise. There's actually two different programs, and we're going to talk about those so you know the difference. The process is obviously going to be involving setting up traps for cats, bring them in and have them spayed or neutered. During that process, what we do, or what the veterinarian will do, would be to tip the ear for identification purposes. That way, if the cat is ever located, or if somebody was to trap it again and bring it to us, we'd be able to identify it. There's actually a organization here in town that actually does this now, and they tip the ears, and we've actually had several of their cats that have been brought up to our facility, and we've been able to identify that, and we've returned the cats to them. So it's a pretty easy process to be able to identify them once we've done that. We vaccinate them if that's possible to do. That's also one of the requirements that we'll talk about here in just a minute. And then we release them back into the territory that they were found. Excuse me. Unless the location is deemed not to be practical to return the cat, that's the location that we will take the cats back to, is where they were trapped and picked up at. In situations where that's not possible, usually the procedure is to try to locate them someplace else that might be more beneficial, such as a lot of places, or a lot of people have farms, and they have mice problems, and they like to have the cats to take care of that, so that's an option. One of the things that we do right now when we get a cat that's brought in that's considered feral is we do an evaluation on it to see if it's possible to actually get it to be to socialize with people. So we actually have had cats that have been brought up to our shelter that we've been able to adopt out. So we don't just automatically assume that when we have a cat brought in that they're not adoptable, or that they have to be euthanized. We have a process that we go through to evaluate them to see if they are adoptable. So, and if we were to do this TNR program, we could certainly do that as well. This talks about returning the cat as we stated a few minutes ago. Returning the cat to the location is important because they're familiar with their surroundings and able to better survive, rather than putting them into an unknown location. Most of the cats are not well socialized, or cannot be socialized. So while we do try to make that a option when we have those brought to our facility currently, and I don't know, maybe you might know, but I'd say probably 8-9 times out of 10 that's probably not going to happen, just because they're wild. So the goals of this program is to reduce the amount of free roaming cats in the population. And this is kind of a tricky area, because people often, we've had a lot of people that have come up to the shelter over the last few months, and we've had overwhelmingly, the majority of them have been very supportive of this program, but we've had some people that haven't been either supportive, or they've had a lot of questions, which is completely understandable, because 6 months ago I didn't even know what this was. So the thing about releasing a cat back out into the environment, or back in the open, is people think that we're really not reducing the population because we're putting a cat back where it came from. But obviously, by desexing the cat, the goal is that they're not going to be able to reproduce. So it's a long-term goal that will reduce the population, but sometimes when you explain that, it doesn't always get well understood. So, and I completely understand that. So, like we said, it's not a new program. There's most areas that I checked in other states are doing it. I mean, so it's not just a thing that's unique to Idaho area. There's a lot of other states that have had this program going for quite some time, and it's been very successful. So the objectives obviously is to provide a better quality of life for the cats. One of the reasons, or one of the ways that we do that is because, you know, when we bring them in, we provide them with vaccinations and give them the ability to be healthier cats. And in turn, those cats that are out in the community also are not hopefully going to be spreading disease to other people's cats that are in the community as well. So it's a benefit to the cats that we are releasing, and then the ones that belong to people. And as we talked about, we're going to be reducing the population as a result of less breeding. We're going to talk here in a minute about no-kill shelters and kill rates. This is obviously something that is a very good thing for us if we were to consider this, just because right now, when we have cats that come into our shelter, we don't have a lot of options on what we can do with them. We have other facilities that are sometimes willing to take cats, but generally ones that come in that are feral and they're not sociable, that's not an option for us to do. So if we do not have a ability to look at the cat and consider it for adoption based on the socialization, then we're pretty much limited to euthanizing the cat, which is really one of the reasons why we get calls all the time from people that talk about these cats, and we're kind of in a bad situation. We don't want to tell them that we're going to ignore their problem, but at the same time, we also explain to them that if they trap these cats and bring them to us, that we're limited on what we're able to do with these cats. Some people can understand that better than other people, so it's not an easy situation for them and for us, because we certainly don't like having to euthanize any animal, regardless of whether it's a wild animal or a domestic animal. So there's been some misconceptions about what a no-kill shelter is. A lot of people think that means that you kill no animals whatsoever, and in fact, and for the purposes of the folks through Best Friends that put on the grant, they require that you have at least a 90% survival rate, or a 90% rate of cats that aren't going to be euthanized. There are going to be exceptions, even for a no-kill shelter, where they're going to have to euthanize an animal, and some of those would be the cat has some type of a terminal illness. We have those situations that occur in the shelter quite often when we have a cat come in, we test it, and one of the more common things that sometimes comes up is the HI, or
feline AIDS, or distemper/par both. So if it's a terminal illness. So
that's one of the ones that we have situations where, if that's the case, then generally that cat would be euthanized. Or sometimes we'll have a cat that comes in and it has some type of an illness or an injury that is very expensive in order to get the cat to a healthy status. So situations like that, those type of animals would still be euthanized unless we had other, and we do look at other options for that as well. I mean, not counting the feline virus, if we have a cat that has some type of an injury or an illness and it's something that's beyond what we can do at the shelter, we look at other organizations to see if they can either help us or that would be willing to take the cat if necessary. As we stated, the primary benefits is to reduce the shelter admissions, promote public health by reducing the amount of unvaccinated cats that are out in our community, and then improve the lives of these cats. So our the proposed program would be to identify 5 to 6 communities that have these cats. We would trap these cats and transport them to veterinarians here in town. We would not be able to do this. We currently have a volunteer vet that comes into our facility twice a week and performs the spay and neuter on our cats, but there would be no way that we would be able to develop this program and have her do that as well. We would have to source that out to people here in town to do that.
The local veterinarians in town.
When we did that, they would be vaccinated both for the rabies and for the feline
distemper.
And the distemper. And they would be returned to where they were trapped, as we stated. I think one of the big things that we would really accomplish here, not only would all the advocates for these cats be happy, but our employees would be happy. We have a great group of people that are up at the shelter, but as professional as they are, it doesn't matter whether they've had to euthanize one cat or 100 cats, it affects them the same. They don't like to do that. And any day that we can avoid having to do this is a good day for us. And we certainly do everything in our power now to do that. But this certainly would help enhance that by reducing that, because instead of bringing them in and having to euthanize them, we would be taking them and releasing them back out into the community. From the people I've talked to, they've said that they've had fewer cat nuisance complaints. And obviously we'd have fewer cats in our shelter because we wouldn't be having to hold on to those cats, because generally what happens when somebody brings in a cat, whether we believe it belongs to somebody or it's a feral cat, we have to keep it for 3 days before it becomes our property. So there's a 3-day period that we have to hold that cat in our facility and care for it and provide it all the medications or vaccinations when it comes in. So we'd be able to avoid that dilemma, especially between, I would say, about April, May to about October is our really busy time. And we've got more cats than we do cages to put them in. So
Ron, you wouldn't have the 3-day hold with these cats?
No. When the cats were brought in, we would identify that they did not belong to somebody by scanning them like we do currently, but we would just trap them and they would go directly to that veterinarian from the time they were trapped, and then from that time they would be released back out.
We have, in a couple other slides, we're going to break it down between the two that the Idaho Humane have and which Idaho Falls uses. Idaho Falls uses the TNR program, which is trap, neuter, release, and Idaho Humane does a return to field, RTF. And we'll break it down here in a few slides. The difference between the two. The RTF, we would have to hold the cats. TNR, I apologize. TNR would be, we pick them up that day, take them to the vets. Once they're done, we would pick them up from the vets and return them to the place where we picked them up. So there would be no hold at the shelter at that time.
Your feral cats and your domestic cats, I'm assuming you know the difference when somebody traps one, you don't have to, that evaluation process, what does that look like?
During the TNR program, the TNR portion, or how we do it now?
Well, just when you get a cat, when somebody catches a cat.
So someone catches a cat and brings a cat to us right now, we have a 3-day hold. And during that time, they're evaluated because we clean their kennels, we feed them everything.
Sure.
So our kennel staff evaluate those cats for those 3 days. If they can handle the cats, that's one thing. If the cat is a feral cat, unhandleable, that's where we mark feral, and we don't adopt out obviously feral cats because you can't handle them.
Sure.
So that's where this portion is coming into play, because there is such a high feral cat population in every city you go to. That's what the TNR program is based on.
But if we don't have that 3-day holding period, how do we know it's a feral cat? Maybe it's just a mad cat that doesn't have a...
You don't. You don't. When they go to when we find a group of cats that we decide that we're going to trap this group of cats, we trap this group of cats, whether it's this group of cats is feral, or maybe it has someone's cat that mingled in with this group. Unless it has a microchip or it has some sort of identifying mark on it, you don't know. It would be treated as a feral cat.
I mean, they all need to be neutered anyway, but they should be neutered to start with.
We could think that it's a feral cat that belongs to somebody that just doesn't have it inside their house and it's just out roaming around. That is a possibility, yes.
Part of this would be when we have the training for the person who does this. You could recognize some cats. You can tell that are not feral. That's just a house cat. That's something that we would take into consideration. And maybe this is not part of this colony. We take subsequent actions to do that. So but if the cat and me doing this for a long time, even a nice house cat can look feral in a trap if you're not taking the time, because they don't want to be in there. If the amount of time they've been in there, if there was any outside disturbances for the trap, so another animal, something like that. So an ordinary house cat could look feral depending on the circumstances. So it all comes down to how you want to play it.
Okay.
While you can't distinguish 100%, but you guys have a sensitivity to what a cat is pretty soon after you've encountered it. I mean, it's not like they're not two different type of cats to handle and be around, and their reaction to you. And
a cat, just like a human, has its own personality. We've had cats that people own that they have come up and got that we've marked feral because we couldn't handle it because it was just scared. We couldn't handle it because it would hiss or paw at the kennel staff or something, and we just assumed that it was feral cat because, one, it didn't have any identification on it, and we can't handle it. So an unhandleable cat is treated as a feral cat.
But if you guys do make them, or if the person doing it makes a mistake, and it is someone's house cat, and then they get spayed or neutered, but then return to the area, then likely they will be able to get their cat back. So
yeah, because that's the idea. We return it to that area, and at the end of the day, they got a free spay and neuter.
I was going to say worst case scenario.
Free spay and neuter out of the deal. So
yeah.
And up to date.
Well, people are funny though. You're going to have a mad citizen because
because you took
their cat and they were professional breeders of cats or something, and it's going to happen.
Which also get to come back and say, well, why wasn't it licensed?
Yeah.
That's true. Well, the code that we'll talk about later would have to change, but as it sits right now, the code says that every animal should stay on its own property. So that's what the code is. But in order to, like I said, we'll go through that here shortly in another slide.
I don't know too many cats that stop at the curb.
Me either.
So there's currently a grant that's available through Best Friends. It's the Rachel Ray Save Them All grant. And that provides up to $50,000 to help implement and get this program going. And we'll talk about the requirements for that here in just a second. Josh pretty much already covered this, but just really quick here, the TNR involves the employee going out and actually setting up the traps at the locations that we identify as being the colonies, where the RTF is actually where the public does that work for you, and they bring them to you. And that's actually what the Idaho Humane Society in Boise does, is they have people that bring them the animals. And that was one of the questions I had to them, is I said, do you have that many people bringing you cats all the time? And they're like, absolutely. And they said, especially since they found out about this program, they go out of their way to locate these cats and bring them to us. So, and that's certainly an option to us, and that could possibly prove to be more cost effective, just because the final slide that I have has it broke down for the costs involved with the program, and certainly one of the bigger costs is going to be having a employee having to do all that. So if we looked at the RTF, we might be able to reduce some of those costs. So really the big difference between the TNR and the RTF is that there's about 100 cats more there is 100 cats more that you have to do within the year's period. And in the TNR, you would microchip the animal, and in the RTF, you do not microchip it. I don't have any information on why on the RTF you don't microchip. So if that's a question you have, I don't have that answer. I tried to find that out ahead of time, but I wasn't able to do that. Any questions on TNR, RTF?
So one question, the RTF, that you said they do stay in the shelter for a certain amount of time, or?
No. Well, they would, yes, because they're going to bring them to us. Mm-hmm. So we would have to hold on to the cats. So I guess it really would depend on when they brought them in. I think a big part of that is if that was the route we chose to go, we'd probably have to do some education for the public to let them know what the program is and how it works. We would have dedicated days set up to do these cats. So if it was Tuesday and Thursday, then we would make that information known to people, so they would bring us the cat the day prior to, rather than 3 or 4 days, and then we would have to worry about trying to house the cat.
So, I was going to say, do you have the space or facilities to, if you potentially had to house cats?
Well, we would buy. Part of the program would be to buy traps and to have kennels for the cats. So we would have a certain amount. It would really depend on how many people were bringing in these cats to us. I mean, the way the program is set up, where you do 600 cats, in a 12-month period, that comes to be about 50 or so cats a month. So roughly about 12 cats a week. So that would be really what our limit would be 6 to 12 cats per week that we would be able to handle. So any more than that, then we would have some issues as far as where we would keep them at until we were able to take care of that TNR process.
Is that a handleable number now with the current facility?
The 12?
Yeah, if you had 12 a week.
We could, and really the amount of time that they would be in our facility probably would impact us too much, because I would anticipate that probably wouldn't be more than a 24-hour period that we would have them on our facility.
So if we maintain the standard of 3 days, that would fill us pretty quick, and depending on how many days we accepted, and depending on we're the city of Pocatello, and that's who we would go to first. But you're going to get surrounding areas that are going to try to bring their cats into, and we're going to try to accommodate everybody we can. So yes and no. Yes, if we were doing 12 and we could only keep it at like 12, we would probably be okay. But then there's the factor of just a general release of any animals at any given time. So
if the public brings in cats during the RTF program, where do you release them to? If you didn't pick them up and don't know where the colony is.
So we release them to that area, same area, or we would have to find some sort of designated area that we could return them to. When someone brings in a cat, we get their information.
They tell you where it came from?
Yeah, their address, we get their ID, we find out where their address is, and then we would return it basically to that same location.
One of the efficiencies of this is that when they catch a cat, if its ear's notched, then they don't have to take it anywhere. Because
they can just release it.
They just release it right back in. It doesn't come to the shelter, which really reduces a lot of handling. Some cats you probably get 2 or 3 times if you didn't do it that way.
Yeah, and like I said, we've actually had several that have been brought to us from the organization that's doing it here locally now. It's private individuals that are doing it actually, but they have notches on the cat's ears, so we've identified it, and they've been able to come get the cats. So.
Well, and I think it's real important to know that the advisory board at the shelter really weighed this heavily. They looked at both sides of this and had discussion. It went on and on. And finally, they decided they would have a vote, and they voted. It was a divided house, but they voted that the TNR program would be the best avenue for the city to follow.
Of the two, that's the
well,
one.
they really didn't consider the RTF. But I think also some people alluded to the fact that the TNR program may have a second year funding if you jump through some hoops.
Yes, actually, the funding is for year 1 and year 2, and we'll cover what that is. It's the 3rd year that there's kind of a question mark right now. Actually, Idaho Falls and Boise are waiting to see if they're going to be able to get any subsequent monies. But they were prepared to absorb that cost into that 3rd year, knowing that that was probably what was going to happen. So.
How long are the strings attached to the grant? I mean, does it just go through, for example, if Boise and Idaho Falls learn that there's no more grant funding and they're going to be on the hook, how are they agreeing to it forever or for a certain number of years, or what is the period of time that you have to?
So the grant is written basically, you apply for the grant. Once you get approved for the grant, it covers you that first year. The Idaho Falls and Boise had been, they went out and got a second grant for the second year. You have to apply each year.
Okay.
So the 3rd year, they're up in arms. How it's written, that basically you have to write it into you that you are going to absorb that full cost at some point in time.
Forever.
To put it into in order to maintain this grant. Otherwise, you have to pay it back. And I didn't read the verbiage. I don't know if there's a forever or if there's a time limit, but I didn't see any verbiage where it said
20 years and it was pretty successful, and then you decided to phase it out or make a change at that point. Are you gonna have to pay it back?
Yeah, I didn't read any verbiage that says forever, or I didn't read anything that said they gave a time limit.
Okay.
So originally, when we put this PowerPoint together, the grant period was supposed to be from August 31st to September 30th, but they were actually a week late starting the grant cycle, which actually would benefit us in the event that the council wanted us to look into the grant, because it's going to run through October 4th. The deadline is 5 p.m. on October 4th to submit an application. So it would be theoretically possible to submit this to you for approval in October and still be able to submit the grant in time before the expiration on that Friday.
We could ratify it too. I mean, we've ratified them before. If you, I mean, I would think you'd want to get it in sooner than later, but.
Sure.
Mr. Do you all have a recommendation between these two? It sounds like the advisory board really talked about the one, but now we're hearing about the other. What's your feelings on that?
Well, I think the benefit to the TNRs is that we're controlling the cats that are coming in to our facility rather than somebody from the outside. My concern would just be that we would have more than we can handle, and if the people bring us those cats, then we're pretty much going to be obligated to find space to put them. So, me personally, I would lean more towards the TNR end of it. As I said earlier, the benefit to the RTF is that you don't have somebody that has to go out and set up traps and pick them up and bring them to and from. So there could be some savings as far as costs associated with having somebody have to do all that work. So there's pros and cons to both of them. So
one of the, I believe the advisory group talked about how important it would be to have somebody that monitored the traps consistently, because leaving it into a volunteer's hands could mean that the traps aren't policed like they should be.
Both Idaho Humane and Idaho Falls have a single person that run that position, either on both ends, the TNR and the RTF.
Well,
there's one person that basically runs it and keeps an eye on it.
I'm just saying what their fear was is if it was volunteers bringing in animals, that they might not be managing the traps like they should, and animals could have a prolonged stay in the trap. And that was part of the discussion, I remember.
Sure.
If we were to move forward with this and you were to apply for the grant and get the grant, do we have somebody now that, or when we would get this, do we have somebody that would be able to start doing it?
Well, we would have to change up some responsibilities. It wouldn't be something that we could absorb long-term into our current staff. We would have to have another person come on board, whether it be full-time or part-time, to do this. But we would make it work just because the importance of this and the benefits to this would make it worth our while. So,
but in the immediate term or the short term, we would be able to handle it.
Short term, winter hour, when it gets winter, things start to slow down a little bit. Cats are still coming in. Wintertime, once we hit the busy time, April, May, we're going to start getting a lot more. No, we would have to have some subsequent.
Really, you would need to hire somebody March timeframe to run this program at least through the summertime.
well, we'd like to do it sooner than that, because they're part of that is that we're going to have to train them to be able to handle cats and be familiar with, that particular type of situation where you have a wild cat versus just a timid one or a normal cat that's brought in, so there's a little bit of work involved in getting them to where they need to be at, where we would feel comfortable having them go out and do that. So another possibility is we could certainly look at maybe seeing if there's somebody currently on our staff that would be interested in transitioning to that. And that would be ideal, just because they would already be trained and make it a lot easier and quicker process for us if we went that route.
Looking at the grant online, there's also a bunch of some quarterly reporting necessary on what's going on in the program. So it might take somebody to
administer the entire program.
So I have a question.
Yes.
I just saw HR just escaped because she must have known I was going to ask. What are we talking about, though, for actual dollar amounts? It's a $50,000 grant, but what are we talking? We're going to have extra supplies for doing this spaying and neutering. We're going to have staff. We're going to have reporting. What are the actual dollar figures?
It's actually coming up here in just a few slides towards the end. I saved the best for last.
Okay.
Get to the heart of it.
So here are some considerations that obviously the city would have to change their ordinance to reflect the TNR programs and cats at large. Josh, I don't know if you want to explain currently what
Basically, the law is the same across the board. If it's an animal, it's not indicated to one specific animal. It's animal at large. So if you own an animal and it's off your property, it's considered at large. Whether it be a horse, dog, cat, rabbit, chicken, doesn't matter. It all covers the same. You can be cited on any one of those. So we would have to change that, being we go pick up these animals, fix them, and we return them. We are now putting animals back at large. So the code would have to reflect that.
That's probably the biggest obstacle everybody that I've talked to has had is getting people to understand the fact that we're taking these animals and releasing them back into the community. So they see a city worker pulling up and unloading all these cats and letting them go, or you have somebody that brings you a cat as a wild cat, and then they think it's done, and then
They beat some home.
yeah, it's back in there. There's going to be the other thing that they talked about too was, you have people that are upset because these cats are out roaming around and they're on their property, getting into their gardens. I mean, those are obviously valid concerns, but they're also, from what I've heard from the people I've talked to, they're very limited or very minimal. So I don't think that you're going to have everybody that's going to completely understand it or be on board with it if we were to implement it. But both Idaho Falls and Boise informed me that just through education and letting everybody know what the value of the program is versus the negative, very limited negative things that could be considered negative associated with it, are that they were very understanding of it. So here we go. Here's the question.
Just say, you didn't address the effects to other wildlife and habitat.
Oh, I'm sorry. Josh, you want to cover that?
So the effects to other habitat. Removing these animals and then putting them back in, there's two different. So when if we can go out and we can control this population rather than have somebody else do that. When someone else does that, when you start feeding and you get a population of cats come in, you're going to have predators come in. Predators are there and going to feed on what's there. Opportunists, you're going to have raccoons, skunks, things like that. This program is temporarily supposed to remove that issue, even because we are doing the feeding rather than people out there who are feeding stray animals. So we're trying to eliminate that portion of bringing other animals in, not only in town, but causing other issues.
One of the concerns I heard expressed at the advisory group was that songbirds can be affected by cats quite a bit.
So with domestic cats, they prey on more animals than anything else. Not just animals, bugs, insects, everything. That's just the nature of what it is. Yes, they can affect bird feeders. They can affect the area. Just depends. I mean, it really depends on if we can eliminate them breeding and bringing more in, that reduces the population. That means less killing of these animals, in a sense.
And
long term.
The other thing that I think there were some people that felt the results were still not in completely. There are some places that talk about how it really helped to capture the wild cat problem, the feral cat problem, and in some places they've done this a long time. It's imploded because you're spaying and neutering, and there's not the reproduction going on. But others have said that you're controlling one element, you don't control the human element that brings more cats in that started these populations in the first place.
There's always an unknown element to anything. There's always an unknown. I mean, so you have a colony of cats that say we go out and pick up all of these colony of cats and we fix every one of them and we put them back out there. There's always that element of nature. Vehicles, other animals, natural causes. That's nature. So the program is to basically eliminate the large quantity of reproducing. When they reproduce and they start, when they're reproducing with their own brother or sister, they start getting sick, feline AIDS, leukemia, is bad things start to happen, and then the whole colony gets sick, and then now you got a colony of sick cats that are interbreeding, and then you have anybody who has domestic cats in that area, they're going to get sick. They can pass it to, if they get a zoonotic disease, they can pass it to a dog or a person. The portion of this is to reduce all of that.
There's a lot of information out there, and it supports both.
Yeah,
ends of
I'm
what you
just
said,
making sure that the group is, I'm trying to represent both sides that they brought up, because it was a pretty lively discussion, I think I would say. And some of the people, they're pragmatic, and they say probably the best way to reduce a population is just to euthanize the whole population. They also said, but I don't think you can do that and still gain your support for your animal shelter. I mean, I've had a couple people that voted for this that felt it was the most practical measure to do in our community, but in their own life. And they love animals. They love animals. It was a heart-wrenching decision in some ways, because they said the real practical side of me says, you know, if it's a problem, the best way to correct a problem is remove it.
And we're trying to write this from a neutral standpoint. The arguments on both ends are this is going to reduce the cat population and all around better health for the animal and the city itself. There's other arguments that it's cruel to put the animal back out there to live, to possibly be hit by a car, to be killed by another animal. So that there is that argument. You know, some people, there's an argument, community cats can, I mean, a colony of cats will only sustain, say, 15 cats. And we go and fix all these cats. Well, now some of these cats start dying for whatever reasons, and if it can hold 15, say 5 die, 5 more move in, they start interbreeding, we have to start the process all over. That's another argument. This is a long-term process. This is not an overnight fix. This is not going to be fixed today, tomorrow, next week. This is a long-term. The more you do it, the studies show the longer you do it, the better it gets.
One other question back to the staffing. I was just thinking about our budget that we just approved for 2020. One of the only positions that we approved was a vet tech. Is there any possibility that that position could be somebody that could do this, or is that's another need?
That particular position, though, that's very specific to the needs tied to our surgery that we do weekly and the responsibilities that go along right now. We have a volunteer vet. She's got volunteer staff, and we have many times where it's only a group of 3 people currently that are trained, that have enough knowledge to help her. When they're not there to do that, then we have to cancel the surgeries. We have to outsource that. So that's one of the.
So it's very specific.
Yes, that's very specific. It'd have to be somebody other than that position.
Okay. Just trying to think of ways.
Yeah. Understand.
Well, theoretically, if we start this program and we see the population start to decline, then the person you have primarily to do trapping can be adjusted into a program too. You know, I mean.
Ideally.
Yeah, that'd be the ideal scenario.
The only data that we were able to get from Idaho Falls and Boise regarding their program was the reduction in the amount of euthanasias that they performed and intake and outtake of cats that came into the facility. They weren't able to give us any information as far as a proven reduction in population, but I think their programs are new enough that they don't have the ability to do that. I don't honestly know how you would be able to
get the cats to line up.
Yeah. So I don't know how you'd be able to really get that confirmation on them, but they weren't able to provide anything to me.
So I know they don't have any, hard numbers on that, but would you say that they were in favor of it and recommending it, or did they have some concerns about it? I mean, like on a scale of 1 to 10, are they like, we're 50-50, or are they like, you know, what's their opinion?
Your one facility was very, very gung ho. They like the program. It's going good. The other facility, the numbers are going good, but they're not necessarily 100%. Not because they're unhappy with the program. There's not enough data to. They're just trying the program as it goes.
And cost is
Yeah,
obviously...
cost, and they're going to have to adjust the cost as well.
But neither of them were like, this doesn't work at all, or we're not.
I didn't get that from either.
No, they said it works. I mean, they have no problems, you know, getting the cats trapped and taking care of the process. It's just one facility didn't really have any data to support whether this program was, in their opinion, a benefit and a success to keep it going. Mm-hmm. So they weren't opposed to it, and they weren't telling us don't do it. They just said we don't know. You're gonna have to explore it and kind of make your own determination on how you feel. So.
Do you think they would do it again if they had the chance, or do you think they were questioning enough that they weren't sure?
I did not ask them that question,
okay.
So I don't know.
That would actually be maybe helpful to us.
I was also curious if you looked outside of Idaho, is it, I mean, we're talking about 2 facilities here. Are there other states that have been doing this longer that have some data or anything? Do we know?
I'm sure there is. I did not explore outside of Idaho as far as gathering any information firsthand from any facility. We kind of were, this was kind of a lot of information that we had to gather in a very short period of time, so we just didn't have the ability to expand as much as we probably would have liked to and be able to give you a little bit more information than what we have today. But I'm sure that those areas that have been doing it for quite some time probably do have some data to probably...
Because I don't know numbers, but I've read about the program. I mean, I'm a cat lover in particular, so I've been interested in it.
I mean, there are other cities
we
larger than ours that have been doing
but,
it. There are other agencies and outside of Idaho that have been doing it for a long time.
Yeah. And that's what I was going to say. I don't know the numbers, but I've seen
their numbers
successes.
are going to be bigger than ours because a lot of them are going to be larger cities.
We have to compare similar communities, but in general, I've read that this program works and that it's successful. So I don't have numbers, and I don't know, to compare apples to apples in terms of population size, people or cats. But it seems like the program does work.
I would say that based on the discussion, there was a lot of research from both sides when they had the discussion at the deal, and there were a lot of communities way beyond Idaho. I mean, I think it was New York or Chicago or someplace that they brought in data from. The majority of the places felt like it worked. There were some places, and we don't know the details, but there were other places that felt like it was a minimal effect or a break-even effect. But the majority of the places felt like it was beneficial. And that's what I think swayed some of the people to say, we need to try this. It's the best thing we can do right now. And it's better to try something, and then if it doesn't work, you have to regroup. That's kind of where I thought the group was out there that day, is we got to try this first, and if it works, great. If it doesn't, we're same place we are. We got to figure out what we're going to do.
How many cats are you handling a year now?
So, I got a couple of years. I did our fiscal years. So October 2017 to September 2018, we had a total of 1,887 cats come inside the facility.
How many did you adopt out?
Adoption rate was, sorry, I thought you were going to go with another question. So I had that one highlighted.
Let's ask that one. Go ahead.
Okay. Tell us that. The euthanasia rate was the way I thought that was going to go. So we euthanized 882 cats. So it's 46%.
So about 1,000 were
adopted or taken to other places or released. Or
So almost half.
correct.
And we have that broke down too out of the ones that were euthanized. I mean, some of them were for medical, some of them were for owner request. And
I have so feral. If you want to go feral, and so our shelter buddy, our program breaks it down to a couple different things. So aggressive towards animals, we would consider that feral as well. Aggression towards people, feral. Illness, if we didn't test them, if they were just ill. So down to the feral, we broke it down to about 535 of them were feral of the 882. That's just feral. The other would be illness or injury.
So you would be pushing the limit anyway, it sounds like. On your 500, you said you needed to, for the TNR, 500, or was it 600?
600.
600 for TNR. What if you didn't meet that 600 mark?
Trap.
I think I guess that's something that when we would, if we were given the go-ahead to apply for it, we would look at all the requirements as far as what would happen if we didn't meet that number. I don't know if there's a penalty or if you'd have to pay back a certain amount of the grant if you didn't meet that target number. I don't know.
Well, I'm assuming that group that local group that's out doing it now, it sounds to me like would probably be bringing them to the shelter, and your 500 cats you're probably gonna end up with a lot more cats.
Yeah, they are very willing to help us. They made that clear to me that they would be very supportive in helping us trap and bring these cats to us if we needed that help. So
what does it cost to fix 500, 600 cats? Is $50,000 the real number, or is it the real number? Really,
$50,000 what the grant for is what the grant they're willing to give us.
the $50,000 covers the costs for equipment and the surgeries and for employees. So I believe you get to absorb that or spread that into what areas you need to use the money. But it's kind of those are the areas that the money can go to is for equipment.
So really, the $114,000 number that you had up there earlier could be way low. I mean, if we worked with our vets to get a reduced rate for...
You mean way high?
Well, I would think it could be way low, quite frankly. I mean, if you get 700 or 800 cats and it's costing you $150 a thing, and then you have to have somebody employed for it,
right.
I'm just...
We would have to contact local veterinarian and see what they would be willing to do. I mean, right now, when we send a dog or a cat out, when our volunteer's not available, we send we have various places you can utilize here in town, and they're all pretty much within an approximate range, but it varies a little bit. But the number that I have on here for the veterinary care, the 45,000, in talking with both Idaho Falls and Boise, the information they gave me supported this number, and then we also reached out to Best Friends, and they told us that was a pretty reliable number for the costs associated with taking 500 to 600 cats. So is that a definitive number? No, it's not, but I think that's probably pretty accurate. That's actually pretty close to what we currently budget for in our budget for the shelter to do that when we don't have our veterinarian available to do that for us now.
But you don't have the employee that we would have to hire on here.
I do. That's at the very bottom there. That's wages and benefits.
Okay.
Wages and benefits. So that's factored in for the animal care specialist, which is kennel staff. So that'd be for a full-time position and their wages. So So really, my math was a little off when I did this, and I apologize. So in my previous slide, it said the city would have to absorb 50,000. Actually, if you do the math, it's 50% of this number would be right at $57,000. So I was a little bit off on that number when I put this together. So, but this number I think is actually going to be high. I didn't want to be too low. I wanted to give you guys the worst.
Oversell and under budget.
So, but I'd be very surprised if we probably weren't under the $100,000 mark on this. But I don't know. I mean, I can't guarantee that because we don't have the knowledge enough to make that statement to you right now.
So I'm going to go worst case scenario here, maybe. And I know it's going to make some people shake their heads and get all excited at me right now. But worst case scenario, we have a group right now that's out there probably spending $15,000 to $20,000 that they're fundraising for right now to do this trap and release, this neutering program. And we're very grateful for that. They take that $15,000 to $20,000 and drop it on the city's lap, and then we have another 500 cats that come in because that's what we have. So now I've got 15,000, 20,000 plus the 45,000 plus the 60,000 for the employee. Plus, I mean, I'm looking at this number 114 being 130, 140. Well, maybe more than that. I mean, so I guess the question is, are we working with a group that is now already spending that money anyway? Is that money going to dry up and it all going to be put on the backs of the city to make that happen? Or it's nice to have $50,000, but it's not nice if that $50,000 is going to cost you $100,000 into the future.
So the group that's doing it right now is an independent group. That when we pulled this up, this has nothing to do with their monies. This is just what we have.
I understand.
And the group is not just based inside city. I think they go outside city. So if we take if they're willing to do that, my thought is if they're willing to do that, we're gonna have to expand and go outside city as well. So that means, say, worst case scenario, say Bannock County. So now you got Bannock County, you're going to have a lot more people bringing in a lot more animals, which your cost is going to go up.
So I guess that's my question. Is there an understanding? Is there an agreement? Are we working with the group that the number of animals that they're taking care of now, I mean, is that going to be added to the number of animals that we have now?
They're still doing their, what they do is independent from what we do.
Is that going to change, though, if we have this program?
I think the only thing that would change is, like I had mentioned earlier, when I talked to the representative just yesterday, he indicated that they would be willing to assist us however they could as far as trapping and bringing us animals if we wanted to. I don't think he was saying that they were going to bring their population of what they do and expect us to take care of that. They were just saying that they would be willing to help us if we needed that help.
I guess that depends on if we set up the TNR or the RTF program.
Right. Well, and there's a couple components that's not even in this discussion that probably should be. I don't think we have a valid contract with the county like we used to for their portion of animals.
We're still working on contracts.
And I don't know that we have a real good contract with Chubbuck. I mean, it's kind of there, but I think it could be improved. And there are stages to doing this. First thing is take care of Pocatello, but understand there are outlying areas that once we get a handle on the outlying areas, the whole problem is being solved rather than just the immediate problem in Pocatello, which really helps to stop the farm team out there from moving into Pocatello, because they're doing some stuff out in the county, they're doing some stuff in the adjoining city, and I think that's part of what Idaho Falls' dilemma has been, is they don't know how many other interfaces they have to their program versus what's going on, on Hammond or elsewhere. Right. So it's a complex thing, and this is just kind of the first stab of saying we gotta we got a problem right here in Pocatello, and we need to find a way to start addressing it, and be adaptable as we go forward.
So, I don't know if there's any more questions. That's our presentation to you.
I would be really interested to know if you can tell us by our work session clarification next week, what if those other Idaho entities that have done this would do it again, or if they wouldn't. I would be really interested to know that,
We
actually.
can certainly
Yeah.
get a hold of them and get you an answer on that. That's not a problem.
I think that'd be a good answer to have and stuff. And then I think it'd be good to have a discussion with this group. But maybe if you set up the TNR program where we're the ones trapping and we're the ones releasing, maybe you don't incur that extra. I mean, they're doing great things, and it's really helping, I think. But typically, the city of Pocatello, in this area anyway, the city of Pocatello is the dumping ground to, if it needs to happen, you take it to the city of Pocatello, and then the taxpayers of Pocatello pay it, but the taxpayers throughout the county and other cities and other communities are not. And that's something that we as a council has really tried to get a hold of. You know, what free services, what are we charging our citizens for, but the other citizens are taking advantage of it and not being charged for it. So I think it'd be important to have that discussion, because really, truly, it's been, you're the big city, and so because you're the big city, you have the big dollars, allegedly, and everybody else is kind of a free ride type deal.
Some of the
We're not interested in that.
I'm just going to say other adjoining entities have discouraged taking animals at their facility simply by the price they charge.
Yeah.
And so what people say, I can pay you X number of dollars, I can go get it for 2/3 or half price in Pocatello.
Right.
And so we really need to have some discussion in that realm too.
We've got people as far away as Rexburg that have come to our facility wanting us to release an animal to us, and we've been a lot more firm on, you know, our emphasis is first on our citizens of Pocatello, and you know, so sometimes we've had to actually refer people back to their own cities, you know, and have them go to their local facilities rather than coming here. But that is a common thing that we hear, is that they're either referred to us, or they're told that you can get a better deal if you go to Pocatello, or they're not going to tell you no. So
Is there,
go ahead.
Can some of our surrounding communities also apply for the grant, and maybe we can pool some resources if they're going to send the cats here anyway? Can we?
There's no animal control in like a lot of the surrounding small cities.
Okay.
Downey has one that he's a part-time ACO slash, I forget what else.
Parks guy slash public works guy slash.
Pretty much.
Yeah,
Pretty
and
much
I know
is a
there's probably
part-time
not for
thing.
every place, but there's
Yeah.
probably one in particular that does have an animal control. Yeah.
But, well, yeah, the city of, let's just say, the city of Chubbuck, could they apply for this also?
Yes.
So then you got-
Anybody can apply for it.
But so then we could be looking at $100,000, 50 from them and 50 from us, or do you think that would just,
Does that not
work?
Well, I don't know based on the size of their city and their budget if they would qualify for that amount of money. They probably would get a lot less than what we would because of the size.
So they wouldn't get the.
Well, theoretically, you would have a lot less animals coming in as well. What about the local group that is doing this right now? Can they also apply for?
I'm not familiar with whether or not a private organization versus a municipality would be able to do that. I don't know.
It appears so on their website. That an organization as a shelter, if you've got a shelter, you can apply. It's what it looks like.
So if that other local group doesn't have a shelter,
I don't think they'd be able.
Then they wouldn't be able to, and I don't know that they have a shelter.
Out of those 1,800 animals you're getting each year, the cats, are you trapping those, or are those just what you encounter because of complaints and people bring them in?
Those are being brought in from animal control officers. Those are being brought in from the front door, from the general public.
You're not actively soliciting colonies
No, we don't go out and trap colonies right now. as of right now, we, like any park that you go to, as soon as you go in there, they're going to tell you we have a cat problem. Any neighborhood you go into, I can tell you probably in the last week, I was told probably by 10 different people that there's a cat problem in their area. We kind of leave it up to the homeowner at this time to do their own trapping and bring it up to us, but we ask that they give us a call because we're in that time of the year that we can only hold so many. Our numbers of animals intake have dropped in the last year because we've been able to tell people we can't take them, where we were just taking everything before. Because, I mean, they're not getting the care they deserve if they come in and everybody's overworked, everybody's underpaid. I mean, that's just how it is, right? But us being able to turn people away, we've reduced the numbers, but I mean, the problem's still there.
All right, so will you bring us get a couple of those answers to those questions? And
Yeah, so you want us to contact the two facilities and ask if they
would do it
yes, would they do it
what they know
again?
now if they would have done this to
Yeah,
you.
what you know now, I mean, hindsight's 20/20. Would you do it knowing what you know now?
Well, it might not be bad if one of them's just in the early stages.
Yeah.
There may be someplace like Logan or Ogden or someplace like that.
Utah County.
That would be a good resource for us to kind of not have to go very far, but see what they're feeling.
Sure, we'll look and see if we can get some more information from outside of Idaho, somewhere close by, but different set of eyes and see what they say. We'll work on that.
Any other questions, Councilman? Okay. Super, thank you. Thank you very much for that. The public that's here, thank you very much. We appreciate your attendance and you're interested in this. So we will, please just stay tuned in. We'll figure this out one way or another and we'll go from there. Thank you very much. With that, we are adjourned.